Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing today? This is Marlise with the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. Thank you guys for being patient with us this morning. I had a little bit of baby troubles, but I'm here now. I am going to go ahead and do an audio check with our advisory council members. So I'm going to go through, just call you guys out, make sure that your microphones are working, that you can hear us okay, and we'll do some sound troubleshooting in case we have any challenges. All right. Chris Berg, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
All right. Hi, Chris. Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, do an audio checks. Hey, Ben, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Miss Cynthia Lewis, can you hear me okay? Okay. Go back there. Dave Vaughn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ah, perfect. I can hear you as well. I see you might have a little bit of helium hand today, or did you raise your hand?
I did earlier. It was that automatics. So get ready for that throughout the talk today.
Okay. Well, it's good to be prepared. I'll chat you
Okay.
during the talk to see if you actually, or go ahead and chat me if you, either one. I will chat you and check, but if I don't and you'd like to say something, just go ahead and chat me. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you got the helium hand.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, going through. Elena Rodriguez, can you hear me?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
All righty.
Erin Miller, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. We can hear you as well.
Great, thank you.
Heather, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, good morning. I'm here.
Okay, great. We got you. Good morning. Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, we can hear you as well. Good morning.
Thank you.
Okay, Ken, Niedermeyer, can you hear me okay?
We're good.
All right, good morning. Mimi Stafford, can you hear me okay?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Stephen Patton, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing good, thanks.
Good. Steve Leopold, I unmuted you on my end. Can you hear me okay? Looks like you're self-muted.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I can hear you as well. Patrick Rice, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right, we can hear you as well. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Morning, Rachel. Can you hear me okay? Looks like you're self-muted on your end.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning to you too.
Good morning, Susie. Can you hear me okay? Susie, we're doing an audio check. Can you hear me okay? Oh, I see. Okay, I see that you have no speakers currently. I will come back to you. Oh, Justin, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Looks like you're self-muted on your end.
Yes, I can hear you.
Aha, I can hear you as well. Good morning.
Morning.
Richie Gomez, can you hear me okay?
I hear you well. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear.
All right.
I guess the real question is, can you guys hear my baby in the background?
Can you hear my wife in the background?
Now I can, but I couldn't before. I love the technological age now. It's fun to hear all the families. So.
Yeah, I'm
Right,
looking through old pictures here and some good old pictures of my past as I'm listening to you guys. I'm listening. My wife says you don't want to hear all that.
No, it's always nice to hear about stuff like about it. It's touching to look into your past.
Okay, how much
Well,
time do you
welcome,
have?
Richie. We're planning to start at 9. I'm going to keep doing some audio checks here. So I'm going to go back through the board.
No,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to know if you wanted to hear more about my pictures.
Oh, well, I would love to. And you want to call me later today and tell me all about them? I'm around. Have a good, all right, Richie, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Keep doing audio
Okay,
checks.
we'll see
Welcome.
you.
Karen Thurman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Morning, Camrita. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic.
Good morning, Carolyn. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you. Good morning.
Oh, great. We can hear you as well. Good morning. Welcome. Morning, Will. Can you hear me okay? Looks like you're muted on your end.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Dave Makepeace. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. I hear you loud and clear.
Great. We can hear you as well. Miss Joanna Walzak, good morning. Can you hear us okay?
Good morning. I sure can.
Okay, great. We can hear you as well. John Hunt, good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Great. Thank you. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Heather. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Thanks everyone for being on and for bearing with us. We're just going through and doing audio checks on our advisory council. Good morning, Lisa. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Thank you. Good morning.
Great, we can hear you as well. I saw your hand up. I was like, Lisa, gonna do an audio
Okay.
check. Thanks.
All right, I'll put my hand down and mute.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Good morning. Good morning, Nick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, we can hear you as well. Ed Barham, can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, we can hear you as well. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, Susie, how's your audio working over there? All right, Susie, I'll circle back around in a minute and do another audio check with you. Good morning, Mr. George Garrett. Can you hear me okay? Morning, George. Can you hear me okay? All right, George, I'm going to circle back around in a minute and do another audio check with you. Lauren Remsburg, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, Phil. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Thank
We
you.
can hear you as well. Hi, Susie. Do we have audio? All right, I'm going to come back.
I don't.
Good morning, Miss Michelle Coldarn. Can you hear me okay?
You are unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Great. Nice to
Wonderful.
have you.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I'll go ahead and re-mute you. You can mute on your end and we'll keep doing audio checks. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Corey Malcolm, can you hear me okay?
I can.
We can hear you as well. Good morning.
Super. Good morning.
Nice to hear all these friendly voices. Mr. George Garrett, can you hear me okay? George, can you hear me? Okay, I'll circle back around and try again later. All right, folks, I am conscious of our time. We are coming up on 9 o'clock, which is our start time for the meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and stop audio checks for now. Council members, don't worry if I was not able to do an audio check with you yet, because I will be able to troubleshoot with you during the meeting should you want to speak. We are available to support that. So I just wanted to call everyone's attention briefly to the slide that you're seeing in your screen. It's just a housekeeping slide, gives us a little bit of guidance on how to use our control panels today. I know a couple of you are old pros from our previous meetings, but for those of you who are newer to GoToWebinar or would like a refresher, this image that you see in front of you is what your audio panel looks like. So you have the option to switch between computer audio and phone call. For example, if your internet were to have issues, you could switch to your phone call option. Computer audio tends to be clearer. On the left side of your panel here, you have the mute button. You will be muted by us. With such a large group, we do tend to mute everybody to minimize background noise. But if you're an advisory council member and you would like to speak, you can go ahead and use the raise hand function. So you'll see there's a little hand on your screen with a little green arrow. If you raise your hand as an advisory council member, then we will be able to call on you and allow and unmute you for you to speak. Additionally, you have the option to type into the questions box. So you can see here, this box is the questions box, and anything typed into this box goes directly to our staff. And we do have somebody monitoring that box. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to use that feature as well. And then just a reminder that today's presentation is being recorded. So please be aware of that as we move through the presentation. And with that, I think that I will pass it off to Mr. Is Clint on?
Yes, he is.
Okay, great. I'm not showing him in my attendee box, but I will pass it off to Mr. Clint Barris. I think he has control. Oh, he's in my staff box. That's why. I will pass it off to Clint.
And if you're talking, Clint, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I was muted. Can everybody hear me now?
Yep, We got you now.
All right, fantastic. Well, actually, we'll kick off the meeting here with our roll call. Marlise, you did not actually get through the entire roll, correct?
I apologize. Yes, go ahead. Nicole, did you want to go ahead and run through the really quickly anyone that we have not marked?
Yes, good morning, everybody. I will run through our quick roll call here, and if you are on the line but I do not call your name, go ahead and type into that question box, and we'll make sure that you are noted as an attendee this morning. So I have Ken Rita, Ken Niedermeyer, Chris Berg, Mimi Stafford, George Garrett, Susie Roebling, Elena Rodriguez, Michelle Coldiron, Will Benson, Steve Leopold, Ben Daughtry, Justin Brulin, Aaron Muller, Corey Malcolm, Karen Thurman, Carolyn McLaughlin, Stephen Patton, Rachel Bowman, Dave Makepeace, Richie Gomez, Patrick Rice, Lisa Mongelia, Ed Barham, Phil Goodman, John Hunt, Lauren Remsburg, Joanna Walzak, Nick Parr, Heather Blau, and Cynthia Lewis.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Beth, if I could have you please read our mission statement.
Beth, you're muted if you're talking.
Okay, I think I was just unmuted by Marlise. So here on this slide, you can see the Sanctuary Advisory Council mission statement that was adopted December 6, 2005. And the mission statement is that the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council is an interactive liaison between the residents and visitors of the Florida Keys and the staff and management of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. In this role, and with the understanding that a healthy ecosystem is essential to the economy and quality of life in the Florida Keys, the Advisory Council will promote restoration and maintenance of biodiversity and ecological resilience in the South Florida environment. We will strive to achieve a vibrant, ecologically sustainable ecosystem and economy through application of the best available science and balanced conservation-based management.
Thank you, Beth. Now to Chairperson's comments. Obviously, we're still under this pandemic, and it's really kind of amazing how 4 months have really changed our nation. We were talking yesterday about our meeting and kind of looking ahead to our August meeting, and if we thought that that might be able to be in person. We're just gonna kind of have to take that as as we move a little bit closer to that date. But again, I just want to thank all of you for coming together in this alternative format that we're doing. I think our last couple of meetings were very productive considering, and again, hats off to the staff who coordinates and puts all of this together. I really want to thank you all. In the last 2 months, there's been quite a few things that have happened, and I'm sure you're aware, but if not, I just wanted to kind of bring some of these issues to the surface and to your attention. The news outlets are now reporting that President Trump plans to open the eastern Gulf of Mexico to offshore drilling, and the plans are ready to go, but he's just waiting until after the election to release that. This isn't just about Florida. Let's not forget that the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill, that too took place in federal waters 41 miles off the coast, and oil doesn't know state borders. And it's very important that we all make our voices known that we will not accept drilling off of the Florida coast, and for that matter, off of any coast, because really any oil or gas that is extracted can only lead to an increase in our carbon emissions and then further exacerbating our climate crisis. So this is a really concerning issue. Also at the Supreme Court level, I don't know if you were following this, but in Hawaii, there was a wastewater facility in Maui that was injecting 3 to 5 million gallons of partially treated water into a deep injection well. And that was shown that it was leaching out and getting into the general water, into the ocean, and that was affecting the reef. And the Supreme Court just basically sided with the Hawaii Wildlife Fund, was the plaintiff in this case. But There are over 650,000 of these Class 5 wells currently in the United States. And we have several here in the Florida Keys as well. But I think that this is something that's very important as we look at our water quality. Obviously, we've taken major steps in the last 20 years. We spent $1 billion in sewering the entire Florida Keys and getting ourselves off of septic, which has had tremendous effects for nearshore water quality. But I just think it's important too that we keep an eye on what's happening with these deep injection wells, because if it is found that they are getting into our nearshore waters, that we might want to look at that as well. And then, of course, in the last couple of days, the Florida Keys Aqueduct is petitioning. The EPA is going to be giving Turkey Point, Florida Power and Light, an additional 20-year extension on their pollution permit, which had already expired 10 years ago. I think we all know that there's a hypersaline plume that's heading westward right towards our well field, which is where the Florida Keys gets our clean drinking water. It's also expanding to the east, which is going to be getting into Biscayne Bay. All of this is going to affect our ecosystem here. And it's incumbent, I think, on all of us that we pay close attention to this. In fact, I would like to even consider asking if this sanctuary could possibly also be named as an additional petitioner. This is very important for our quality of life as well as for our resources. And then finally, sadly, today is my last meeting. I have served on the Sanctuary Advisory Council since 2008, and it's been a great honor and a privilege for me to do so. I've learned so much from all of the various science-based presentations that we've received. I've met so many amazing people that devote their lives to improving our environment. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for your commitment to work on bettering our sanctuary and for preserving and restoring our environment. Our entire economy is dependent. And the health and protection of the sanctuary is so much bigger than just Monroe County. It's bigger than the state of Florida. Our reef is a global asset, a nursery to tens of thousands of species. And it really is our responsibility to do all we can to protect this natural resource for our continued livelihoods here in the Florida Keys, but also for the health of our global environment as well. So I think most of you know I've decided that I'm going to run for our state representative. It's official now. The qualifying period closed last Friday, so I am on the ballot, and so I'm looking forward to taking the fight to the state. One of the biggest issues, I've got a lot of bones to pick at the state. Chief amongst them is the water quality coming from the mainland, which has been killing Florida Bay and our reef for decades. So even though I might be stepping off of the Sanctuary Advisory Council today, sadly, I do want you all to know that I intend to fight hard and tirelessly to try to better our environment by taking the fight to Tallahassee. So thank you again for all that you've shown me and shared with me. And it's just been a great honor for me. So with that, Sarah, I'll pass it back over to you.
Thank you, Clint. I really appreciate it. And we are sad to see you go. For those who are wondering, Clint's seat is termed out. So he is going to focus on other things for now, but as mentioned, be very, very much a part of the work we're trying to do through other means. But before I talk about the meeting, Beth, can you just go back a slide and remind our participants who are from the public who may wish to make a comment how they can do so?
Yes. So this slide includes information that Marlise has already talked about for advisory council participation, about being in listen-only mode and how you can engage, asking questions, raising your hand, and to be unmuted throughout the periods of time during the meeting that we'll have discussion, Q&A. And then for members of the public, we are taking written public comment for advisory council member consideration, and those can be submitted at our email, floridakeys@noaa.gov, and we'll take comments from 9 a.m. this morning until just about an hour after the meeting closes, in case there are things at the end of the meeting that you'd like to provide comment on. These public comments can be on any agenda item or items not on the agenda. Those comments will be compiled and sent to advisory council members. They will be included in the meeting notes and posted on our website. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Beth. Okay, so I want to echo Clint's thanks to all of you for participating today, taking some of your valuable time to virtually meet with us about these issues. We've got a lot to cover. On the slide, we've got our main order of business that we're going to do today. We're going to talk about the restoration blueprint, review the input that we received from you all. Hopefully you can see that there are handouts available through the webinar. In your control panel, there's, I hope, a little section called handouts. There's 2 there. This includes the 48-page summary of the input we received from the council survey. Beth is going to present on that and give us some of the highlights. And then we're going to talk about next steps and how we're going to move forward with the restoration blueprint. After that, we are going to conduct some Sanctuary Advisory Council business. As Clint mentioned, he is leaving us, and so we need to elect a new chair and vice chair because, of course, Bruce moved on some time ago. So we'll need to be asking you to think about potential candidates to nominate or to throw your own name in the ring, because we need to elect those positions. We also would like to welcome a few new members and note that several members have been reassigned or are returning to their existing seats. And then, as was noted in the chairperson's comments, water quality is an issue that we have heard a lot about. We care a lot about from the first time I walked into the Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting with all of you. This is a topic that is on the forefront of everyone's minds. So we're going to have an update on the water quality protection program and discuss moving forward there. We're also going to hear about the Mission Iconic Reefs project that launched back in December and has been gaining momentum. I'm quite pleased about that. And then to end up our meeting, we will be hearing updates from the different agency representatives that are able to join us today. So we got a lot to get started with. So let's go ahead and get going.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready, Sarah, for me?
Sure am.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. And I'm just going to give a little bit of background on the process for advisory council input and, as Sarah noted, highlights of the survey outcomes, a few representative responses, but you should have, if you have access to those handouts, the entire document that includes all of the input received on that survey. But to start, just to remind us of the process of advisory council input on the restoration blueprint, in our October and December meetings, that was the opportunity. We held one in Key West in the lower Keys and one in Key Largo in the upper Keys, and allowed members and alternates to share their perspectives on issues of concern in general and in those respective regions. And so really did do a pretty thorough round robin of members' perspectives, concerns, input. And then those meetings were primarily devoted to hearing oral public comment. So about 5 hours of public comment. So that was our October and December focus. And then in February, after the close of official public comment on regulations.gov, the Advisory Council was provided a public comment summary, high-level summary, and then went through an exercise to identify the priority issues for further discussion by the Advisory Council. And those issues were discussed at the March and April meeting. We had intended to do a 2-day in-person March special session to dig in much more deeply in these priority issues. But as we all know, those sessions were half-day March and April sessions done through this webinar platform. And as follow-up from each of those sessions, Advisory Council members and alternatives received a survey to provide additional input on these priority issues. And so the results of that survey, both the responses we received after the April meeting and the March meeting, are what is included in that summary. And just as a reminder, at our February 18th meeting, when the Advisory Council went through the interactive issue identification and prioritization exercise, this is the list of items that really rose to the top that the Advisory Council felt they wanted to dig in more deeply as a full council. When we were designing the agenda for what was to be a 2-day in-person session for March, the Advisory Council identified that they would like to address and discuss a fuller range of the proposals that is in the restoration blueprint. So touching on all of the regulatory priorities and proposals in the restoration blueprint, the specific marine zone regulations, as well as some of the specific marine zones, not every single proposal for marine zones that was in the restoration blueprint, and then a few of the management plan activities, some of the non-regulatory activities that they wanted to discuss. And so these issues were discussed, presented and discussed in the March half-day and April half-day, and then all of these issues, as you can see in the survey results, were highlighted in the survey, and Advisory Council members, alternates, and municipality non-voting members had an opportunity to provide additional input. And so this list here represents all of the members who participated, provided additional input, and this captures both the survey that came out after the April meeting and the March meeting. And it shows that about 30 of 42 potential Advisory Council members and municipality members responded. The distribution of the representatives are there on the slide, and the ratio of members versus alternates. I will note that responses to this survey reflect individual member or alternate perspectives. This does not reflect a full Advisory Council perspective or decision. This survey included essentially 2 questions for each of those priorities that were identified. 1, do you support the Advisory Council draft proposal motion for the sanctuary, the example there, sanctuary boundary proposal? The response was generally yes or no, and then an opportunity to provide any additional input for that proposal, for that concept. So the next few slides are only a very few representative examples of responses. The entire document has every issue and all of the responses. So, apologies, my other phone is making noise here. So the first one I wanted to highlight was the discharge regulation. And so in the discussion that we had in our March and April session, we presented the proposals that were put forward in the restoration blueprint. They're there status quo and the preferred alternative. If the Advisory Council had a proposal or motion, it was also included. And in this case, the Advisory Council supports the preferred alternative to prohibit discharge of any material from a cruise ship, et cetera, et cetera. The responses show that of the 22 Advisory Council members and alternates that responded, 100% did support the Advisory Council proposal, which is to support the preferred alternative. If you recall, there was a second question. If you have any other input you'd like to provide, and this is an example of some of the additional input that Advisory Council members provided in this survey. This is the only example that I show the additional input Advisory Council members provided. As you'll see when you look at that survey, there was a lot of additional input, thought, perspective that Advisory Council members provided, and it would be difficult to, in a small PowerPoint slide, do justice to that input, that range of differences or range of input. So I did not include example text on the other slides, but it's all in that survey for reference. The next item I wanted to highlight is the Key Largo management area. And here, both status quo, no change to the existing Key Largo management area, and the preferred alternative is to have a proposed anchoring prohibition in the Key Largo management area. The SAC proposal was to support status quo, and the majority, 78%, support that SAC proposal, which is status quo, no anchoring provision, no prohibition of anchoring in Key Largo management area. And if you recall, public comment we received and discussion we had, the value of having targeted no anchoring areas where the resources are sensitive, where certain activities might benefit by having no anchoring in the area, for example, coral nursery sites and the like, that was supported. But a large prohibition in Key Largo management area, as you can see here, 78% did not support that. 78% supported status quo in this area. Next, Western Dry Rocks. And on this slide, it shows visually the proposal status quo is no zone. Alternatives 2 and 3 include a zone as a trolling only, and alternative 4 includes a zone as transit only. The draft proposal that was put forward and discussed was to amend the proposal at Western Dry Rocks to be a seasonal closure during spring and early summer to protect springtime fish spawning aggregations. And of this draft proposal, about nearly 73% supported considering that draft proposal put forward by the Advisory Council. Large contiguous areas. So this is a item, as you can see, that the Advisory Council did not put forward a single proposal for consideration related to large contiguous areas. So the survey for this issue took each of the proposed large contiguous areas, Harry's Fort, Long Key, Tennessee Reef, and the Tortugas Corridor. And in the survey, Advisory Council members had an opportunity to provide their input on all 4 of the alternatives. And so you can see that here, Harry's Fort status quo in blue, alternative support for alternative 2, which expands to capture a little bit of the deep reef, is in red. The preferred alternative is in orange, and the alternative 4, which is the alternative that includes a sanctuary preservation area from shoreline to deep reef, is in green. Same for Long Key, Tennessee Reef, and for Tortugas Corridor. And apologies that in making these images larger for the slide, it's a little foggy, but the original tables and charts are in the survey. And my last example here is the proposal for limited use access restrictions for specific sanctuary preservation areas. And here, the draft proposal for this item, you can read it, but in essence, the SAC does not support the idea of Blue Star dive snorkel operators being the only commercial operators granted access to these three areas. They were Carey's Fort, Sombrero, and Sand Key. However, the SAC notes that the SAC strongly recommends that access restrictions focus on commercial users, not the general public. Other regulatory tools, such as wildlife management areas, special use research-only areas, and special use restoration areas, should be used to address excessive impacts by the general public if warranted. And the responses, again, you can see nearly 87% support the SAC proposal. So this just gives you a sense of some of the highlighted issues and how this survey was administered and the opportunity for advisory council members.
This is Sarah. I'd like to, if you can go back to that last slide, Beth, sorry. I would like to comment on the limited entry topic, because of course, this proposal was one of the lightning rods, met with a great deal of confusion. People concerned that our intention was to forbid private vessels from using these popular places. And as we attempted to explain repeatedly, that was not our intention, never was. But strong opposition to this specific proposal was not surprising given that confusion. However, I would argue that one thing that was really clear through this public process, hearing from members of the advisory council, from partner agencies, and the public, is, and as is identified here in what has been proposed by the council, is that we do need to continue to consider this concept and work with the council and members of the community to find ways to address concerns about heavy use in specific areas. And so we are going to look to strengthen our Blue Star programs, work more effectively with commercial operators to reduce impacts to our marine environment. We want to continue to collaborate with the TDC to raise awareness and appreciation by our visitors. All of these steps that can be taken to help us really protect these resources. Maybe not using the limited entry proposal as it was identified in our original restoration blueprint, but we do want to definitely continue to work on this topic with all of you. And so I just wanted to note that on this particular one, recognizing how much input we got. And so now, Beth, if you want to move forward to the next slides, because we want to talk about, speaking of moving forward, just talk about the status and the next steps. So there's a lot on this slide. I want to just quickly kind of run through it, but as you know, the box on the top with the check mark in it is what we have done so far, which is to open up the restoration blueprint for public comment. During that process, we were also receiving input from our partners with the state, and of course, listening to your input. So there's a space in between the next box and the box with the check mark. That's where we are living right now. That space in between is where our staff is working with all of the input that we've received to examine how to move forward and what to put out again for public comment. So that next step that we are working towards is the second box, which is the release of a draft rule. This draft rule will include updated economic and environmental analysis information. So we heard through this public process that we should probably be considering some additional things. We're using the information we've heard to re-examine some of those analyses that we conducted originally, updating them. When this draft rule comes out, it will be a single proposal that we will invite once again public comment on. So we will have another public comment opportunity when that draft rule comes out, articulating a new set of proposal, or a new proposal, not a set of proposals. It will contain numerous elements, but it is a single collection of recommendations. We will receive advisory council input on that. We'll also be, of course, again, taking comment and consultation with our state partners, and at that same time, the state would initiate a state rulemaking process. Now, I want to note in that blank space between the box we've got a check mark on and the box I'm just describing, we are going to be continuing to work with our state partners on what it is that's going to come out in that draft rule. So there will be ongoing state, federal consultations going on all along in this process. After that draft rule goes out and that comment period ends, we then do another response to comments. We have a final economic environmental analysis. At that point, the state undertakes a variety of their review processes, and then ultimately we get to a final rule where we implement final regulations, marine zones, management plan, etc. So I know what everyone is asking themselves right now, as am I, is what is the date on that last box? I can't tell you that. I wish I could. Many factors come into each step in this along the way that are beyond any one person's control. So I don't know exactly when that final rule will come out, but we wanted to just lay out for you what those steps in the process to get to that final rule are. So I'll stop there and invite Beth to chime in on anything I may have missed, or if she thinks something needs clarifying.
No, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if any council members want to ask any questions about what you just heard or offer any comments. Otherwise, I think that's all we intended to present.
All right. Are there no SAC members that have a question or a comment?
No hands raised right now.
All right. So we'll move on. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Sarah, for that. I appreciate that. Today, our long-awaited Sanctuary Advisory Council recruitment process is complete. And we have a couple new members that are joining us, some recurring members, and then some members who have moved seats or roles. So I'd like to invite our new members to introduce themselves, kind of give their affiliation and a sentence or two of their expertise and perspective that they hope to bring to this council. And we'll start with Erin Muller. She's our new member in research and monitoring. Good morning, Erin.
Good morning. Yep. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to serve on the Sanctuary Advisory Council. I'm Dr. Erin Muller. I'm the Science Director of Mote Marine Laboratories, Elizabeth Moore International Center for Coral Reef Research and Restoration. A lot of my background focuses on coral reef ecosystems and coral health and disease, and has really focused that research effort into coral restoration science kind of over the last decade or so. So I've been at Mote for the last 10 years and looking forward to be able to contribute anything I possibly can to the council.
Excellent, Erin. So glad to have you. Thank you for joining our group. Next is Patrick Rice. He's the new alternate member for research and monitoring. Patrick, good morning. Is Patrick muted or?
Hi, folks. I'm trying to find him right now to unmute him. Give me one moment. He's not showing up in my screen.
Yeah, he's not on mine either. We had him earlier, but he may have had to step off.
All right. Well, we'll move on. We have a new alternate member in the boating industry. That's William Littner. Did I say that right? Billy, good morning.
I got a note from Nicole that William is unable to be here today as he's on the water.
Okay, all right. So then we have a few SAC members who've also taken on some new roles in the council. Ken Rita, who was formerly on the recreational fishing member, has moved over as the member in the boating industry. Karen Thurman, who was formerly boating industry alternate, is now member Lower Keys Tourism. She'll be taking over my seat. Susie Roebling was the alternate and the citizen at large for the Upper Keys. Now she's the member in that seat. And then Dave Makepeace is going to be the alternate citizen at large for the Upper Keys. And if we can, I'd just like to invite the other SAC members on the call, if they could, to please introduce themselves. In the interest of time, just state your name, the seat that you represent, and then your affiliation. I have the roll call here, so we'll kind of go down from the top. Ken Rita, we'll start with you. Let's do a quick introduction for everybody.
Here.
And you're unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ken Rita here. I've been on the SAC for a while, first as an alternate, then the last two term, or last go round as the member in recreational fishing. I'm a 35-year veteran of the marine industry, operating a facility in North Key Largo at Ocean Reef Club for Marine Max Yachts and Brokerage, and as well as being a Islamorada native for a few more years than what I will go into. But thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ken. Let's go to the next Ken Niedermeyer.
Niedermeyer, Ken Niedermeyer. I live in the Tavernier area and I run restoration. Oh, I have the conservation seat, number 2 or number 1, I don't know which one it is. And I run a reef renewal core restoration business.
Thank you, Ken. Chris Berg.
Okay, Chris, you're unmuted.
Hi there, Chris Berg. I'm the Conservation and Environment seat 2 of 2. And I'm a Key Wester, been living on Big Pine for the last 20 years though. And I work for the Nature Conservancy as the South Florida Program Manager based at my, home office presently, but normally my office on Big Pine. And I've been on the council going on a dozen years or more now.
Yeah, Chris, you were on when I got on. Yeah, thank you. Mimi Stafford.
I don't think Mimi's on anymore.
Oh, okay. Let's go to George Garrett.
Okay, George, you're unmuted. We may not have audio for George.
Oh, sorry, George. If that changes, just send something in the comments for us. Susie Roebling, please.
I'm gonna try Susie, but we didn't have audio for her either this morning. I will see if we got it now though. Susie, can you hear us?
Sorry,
I don't think she has audio capability right now.
Okay, Elena Rodriguez.
Okay, Elena, you're unmuted.
Good morning. I'm Elena Rodriguez. I represent Upper Keys Diving. I think I've been on the council 6 years or 7 years. I represent, I would start off as the alternate. And I've been here off and on since 2006. And I've worked for most of the dive shops up here, so I know most of the folks up here. Keep doing what you're doing, and Clint, good luck to you. We need fresh voices.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Michelle Coldiron, please.
Michelle Coldiron, you're unmuted.
Thank you so much. Hello and good morning. Michelle Coldiron, a fresh voice. Been on Monroe County Commission for 2 years now, or a year and a half, and have been a member of SAC for those 2 years, representing the county commissioners on this board. And it's always a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate everybody for all the hard work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate you as well. Will Benson, please.
Okay, well, you should be unmuted.
Thank you, guys. Captain Will Benson here. Born and raised in the Florida Keys. I'm a fishing guide and have been so for 20 years. I've served on the Lower Keys Guides Association board. I currently sit on the flats fishing seat here at the sanctuary, and I was the chairman of the new Blue Star Fishing Guide program several years ago. I want to just personally thank Aaron, Patrick, and Billy for joining us, and thank you for giving your time and energy in support of the sanctuary. That's it. Thank you, and good luck, Clint.
Thank you, Will. And for everybody else, Will was too modest, but Will was also the entire sanctuary system volunteer of the year last year. So Will, thank you for devoting so much of your time and effort to our effort. Stephen Leopold.
You should be unmuted.
Okay. So I've been on the Sanctuary Advisory Council as the Charter Sport Fishing representative for the past 10 years and been involved with the sanctuary years before that. My seat on the SAC as a sport fishing charter seat is I was timed out of that. So my status is a bit in limbo, probably different than anybody else there, but I will do my best to sit in through the through this restoration blueprint process and offer any opinions if needed. And I'm hoping that somebody else in the sport fishing industry will step up and take my seat. I feel I've done a long-term duty, and it'd be nice to have some new blood in there, some young guys. So I do plan to again stay engaged as long as I can, in hopes that somebody will take the seat over. And I want to thank you for all the friendships and knowledge I've gained over the years as a SAC member.
Yeah, and Stephen, thank you. You've brought your perspective so many times to our discussions, and it's so relevant. And so thank you for all of the service that you've devoted as well. Ben Daughtry.
There you go. You're unmuted, Ben.
Okay, thank you guys. I am the commercial marine life seat. I've been on the council now for probably 8 or 10 years, and born and raised here, third generation commercial fisherman, and been a part of this process the whole time and looking to see it through. So thank you to the new members dedicating your time, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Ben. Next will be Justin Bruland.
I don't think he's on, Clint, but it looks like Joe Weatherby is now on, and George Garrett thinks he can speak now. So let me know who you'd like me to circle back to.
Okay, yeah, well, let's go up to Joe Weatherby then.
Okay, Joe, you should be yourself muted. Looks like you're muted on your end, Joe. Maybe let's circle to.
Yeah, is George Garrett, are you available, George?
Okay, George, you're unmuted.
Not hearing you, George. All right, Marlise, if you want to continue working with George and Joe, we'll jump down to Corey Malcolm.
Okay, you're unmuted, Corey.
Okay, good morning. Dr. Corey Malcolm. I am, in my real life, the Director of Archaeology for the Mel Fisher Maritime Museum in Key West. I'm also president of the Key West Maritime Historical Society. And professionally, I've been involved in maritime heritage research, archaeology, specifically up and down the Florida Keys, as well as quite a bit of work in the Bahamas. And I've been, I don't know if I said it, I represent the Submerged Cultural Resources seat on the SAC, and have been held that position for at least 10 years. I don't know, maybe more.
Yeah, Corey, my very first Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting, you were giving a presentation about the slave ship that had sunk off of Key West, and you were just finding I believe the cemetery there by Higgs Beach as well.
Yeah, right.
A long time ago. And then last on our list is Karen Thurman. Good morning, Karen.
Hi, guys. Welcome to our new members, and Clinton, thank you so much. This is my second stint as a Sanctuary Advisory Council member. I've been in the Keys for almost 30 years now, spent much of that in Key West, and the last 6 or 7. I've spent a year and a half, almost 2 years in Islamorada, and then I've been in Marathon, which is my new home. I'm the Area Director of Operations here in the Middle Keys for Spotswood Management Company. And my primary job is General Manager of the Faro Blanco Resort, which is the Hyatt Place Hotel and the marina here. And I'm looking forward to hopefully starting work on the Boot Key Marina over on the Atlantic side. And that's it. It's been a really interesting learning experience. I think Clinton really hit the nail on the head. For somebody who's not primarily in the science business, it's been very eye-opening.
Yeah, absolutely. And Karen, thank you again for your service. It's much appreciated. And then Sarah, I can turn it over to you.
Okay, did we hear from everybody?
No, Joe Weatherby and George are having audio issues. Joe just texted me, and he for some reason can't get audio.
Okay. I see that Lisa Mongilia has her hand up. I don't know if that's intentional or at least you want to unmute her.
You're unmuted, Lisa.
Thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Lisa Mongilia with the History of Diving Museum. I sit on the Upper Keys Tourism, and I've been on the council for about 6 years now. So welcome our new members.
Thank you,
Thank you, Lisa. Then I also see Stephen Patton has his hand raised.
You're unmuted, Stephen.
Thanks. Just wanted to introduce myself as well. I'm Stephen Patton. I'm on the Lower Keys, a member at large. This is my first term in this position. Been a long-time visitor of the Keys and now full-time living in the Keys for a little over 4 years. Started scuba diving in '72 in California. I spent 40 years as a nurse in Oregon, and so it's been a phenomenal several years.
And Stefan was also recognized as our volunteer locally of the year last year. So thank you, Stefan.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge, Beth, if you don't mind going to the next slide, because in order to make vacancies for these wonderful new members, we have to say goodbye to a few members as well. And Clint noted in his opening remarks that he is one of the folks that is leaving, but there are a couple of others that we would like to recognize. And right now I'm not, there we go. So first I would like to acknowledge Dr. Dave Vaughn's participation and service to this advisory council for many, many years. As you all know, he has been a leader in coral restoration and has done a tremendous service, not only to the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, but one could very, very accurately argue globally to really advance coral reef conservation and restoration worldwide. So we are enormously grateful and proud to have had his voice a part of this for the last I don't even know how many years because it's been a while. It's over 9, I believe. And he was, of course, co-leading the Coral Reef Ecosystem Restoration Working Group as part of the restoration blueprint process with another member of our council, Ken Niedermeyer. So we are very sorry to see you leaving our council, but know that you will be continuing to work with us, Dr. Vaughn, in our efforts in the 7 Iconic Reefs process. So we look forward to that. And another member that is going to be leaving us is, and with the picture up, there we are, Shelley Kruger, who's currently in the research and monitoring alternate seat, and she's with Florida Sea Grant, has been another really strong voice in helping us with a lot of issues, most recently in the coral disease workshop and coral disease response efforts, helping in outreach and citizen science and helping to get people involved in that. Of course, done a lot with the Water Quality Protection Program, participated in the Artificial Habitat Working Group as a part of the Restoration Blueprint process. So we're very, very grateful to Shelley, and again, know that we'll be continuing to work with her moving forward in a lot of different arenas. So thank you so much, Shelley. And then last but not least, of course, Clint Barris is going to be leaving as our Lower Keys primary tourism member. He has, as noted earlier, been with us since 2008 and been a really strong voice for conservation and helping really push making sure that we protect these important resources here in the Keys. It is because of Clint and his work and his team that we are able to live stream these meetings and post videos afterwards. We are very, very grateful that he was willing to step up as vice chair. He had a lot going on in his life when that happened, and in the absence of somebody else jumping in, he stepped up and then ended up having to take on the role of chair when Bruce Popham moved along. So we are really, really grateful for his efforts with us, and his work as a liaison in the community has really done a lot to carry Sanctuary Advisory Council work forward into the community, and know that he will continue to do that in his next endeavor. So it is a huge thank you to each of you for being a part of this group, and we look forward to continuing to work with Dave, Shelley, and Clint moving forward. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate that. That's very kind. Well, and now here we are. We need to nominate and hopefully select a new chair and vice chair. I believe, Beth, you can outline the process, how the voting is going to occur.
Yes. So just to verify, can you hear me? I'm not on.
Yes.
Okay. So first, just want to revisit the roles of the chair and vice chair. The chair works with sanctuary leadership and staff to schedule and set agendas for meetings. Also solicits input from other advisory council members for agenda items, presides over meetings and ensures they are run according to accepted meeting practices, signs any correspondence and documents, represents the council's interests and concerns to the public. And in this role also, it continues to represent their constituency. So chairing the meetings while also representing the constituency that they were selected to represent. The vice chair serves as chair in the absence of the chair, assists as necessary in performing any of the duties of the executive body, and also continues to represent their constituency. Those who are eligible to serve in these roles include any member of the advisory council, including government seats and non-voting seats, may be nominated and elected as an officer. Alternates are not eligible to serve in these two roles. Terms are for 2 years and can be renewed once for a total of 4 years. So those are the respective roles and eligibility. And to doing this via a virtual webinar. We'll see how this goes, but our hope is that we will have some nominations, and for nominating, any member, including governmental members and non-voting members, may nominate the chair and vice chair. Alternates may only nominate if their member is not present. So hopefully you've been listening and can maybe see in the attendee box if you are an alternate, if your member is on or not. Feel free to ask a question if you want to verify for nominating purposes, but how we're hoping this will work is if you would like to nominate someone and or volunteer yourself, you can raise your hand to verbally nominate someone. So we open the nomination now. Raise your hand and Marlise will unmute you to speak.
Ken, you're unmuted.
Yeah, this is Ken Niedermeyer. I'd like to nominate Karen Thurman as chair.
I couldn't hear who. Can you say that again, Ken? Who did you nominate?
Karen Thurman.
Thank you.
And Karen, will you accept that nomination?
You're unmuted, Karen.
I have way too much on my plate right now, guys. I'm the gonna be the next chamber president, and I just think it's too much right now, and I wouldn't have enough left to take care of it as I should. But thank you.
Do we have any other nominations?
Chris Berg, you're unmuted.
Hello, I'd like to nominate Ben Daughtry, and I hope he doesn't mind. I think it would be great to have somebody that's been around for a good long time and has followed the restoration blueprint, the AIS, et cetera, process for a long time. So Ben, I'd like you to be the chair or the vice chair if you would do either one.
Ben, you're unmuted.
Chris, thank you for throwing my name into the ring. Look, I've had these discussions over the years on this, and I am concerned about the amount of time it'll take. I'll leave my name in the ring at this point. I have a tremendous amount going on, as we all do. So, but I want to see what this restoration blueprint looks like, and I want to see. I'm very interested in the iconic reefs and the direction that we can go to hopefully rebuild the sanctuary into something that it looked like to some degree when I was a kid here. So I'll keep my name in the hat.
Excellent. Thank you.
Clint, having been chair and vice chair, and then I invite others who have served in the role as well, do you want to speak to, just so that people who are being nominated or considering nominations, speak to your sense of the amount of time, just so people understand what they would be getting into?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you what, Beth and the staff at the sanctuary do a fantastic job with kind of prepping, helping you before the meeting. You'll have a discussion to kind of go over each of the various items, but they really, they take on the lion's share, I would say, of the work. To prepare for the meetings, you're, obviously you'll do the same amount of research that everybody else, every other SAC member does, as far as reading, the agenda and the supporting materials ahead of time. In addition to that, you're probably looking at another maybe 3 or 4 hours a month, reviewing the minutes, talking about future agendas and some things like that. So I was very concerned going into it that it was going to be a huge time commitment for me. And that did not actually materialize. It's a very rewarding experience, and I would encourage anybody who's on the fence to just go ahead and jump off the fence. It's well worth it.
Thank you. And I know, Ken Niedermeyer, you also served in leadership, and I see your hand is up. I'd be interested to hear what you have to say, but also if you want to offer any thoughts about what it's like to serve in those seats.
I completely agree with what Clinton just said. It's a little more work, but it's not overwhelming. And the staff certainly helps out a lot. I mean, they'll basically spoon feed you if you want to be fed that way, but it's great support there, and it's not an overwhelming job. And on those lines, Ben, I hope you keep your hat in, but I'd also like to throw Will Benson's name in as the chair or the vice chair. I'd like to see Will, take on some more leadership role. I think he's got what it takes.
Thank you, Ken.
Will, you're unmuted.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you, Ken, for the for the nod and support of confidence. I have, contemplated in the past being a part of it, and I really appreciate everybody's support. There may come a time in the future when I can do that, but at the moment, with 2 small kids and everything that I have going on here at home, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to serve in that capacity right now. But I really am looking forward to working with, whoever does decide to run this, and making sure that, folks who are out on the water every day have the information that they need. I really appreciate that. But at this point in time, I'm going to have to decline. There's just a few other very pressing items and issues that I would like to work on over the next 2 years. But I really appreciate your support, Ken.
Thank you, Will. Well, can the chair nominate Beth?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to throw George Garrett's name for consideration, if he would be so willing.
George, I don't know if you can speak now. Can you speak? Otherwise, we can use the chat function. I mean, the question function.
George is unmuted, but unfortunately we haven't been able to hear.
He did type into the questions box, though, that he's willing to serve in that role.
Great.
Are there any other nominations? So George said he would be willing to serve, and we have Ben, who is also willing to serve. Okay. Well, it's a little more difficult when you can't see people. No more hands, no more volunteering, no more nominating.
There are no more hands raised currently, Clint.
Okay. So Beth, how do we go from here?
So we are, I can't leave. Okay, there we go. For voting, all primary members and non-voting seats may vote. Again, alternates can vote only if their primary member is not present. To vote, please type votes into the question box and note that only FKNMS staff will see these responses. A simple majority of primary members and non-voting seats is needed to elect new officers. And 1 second here.
Beth, we have one more hand raise. When there's an appropriate time, please just let me know. It's Ken Rita.
Okay, and I did, unfortunate George's sound issues, but I did just receive a text from him, and I'll note this on this slide here so we know who we're voting for, that he is willing to serve in either role, chair or vice chair. And so Marlise, if you want to unmute the individual, and then I'll add these to this slide.
Rita, you're unmuted.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Steve Leopold if he would take the position.
Steve, you're unmuted.
That's very nice, Ken. And I respectfully decline. So thank you.
Okay, so Ben, you would serve in either the chair or vice chair, and George Garrett has also indicated that he would serve in either capacity as well.
We have one more hand raise as well.
Please.
Will Benson has his hand raised. I'm going to go ahead and unmute. Will, you're unmuted.
Thanks, guys. Just a quick point of clarification. When we're voting here, do we just vote for one of the gentlemen being considered, or do we type in who we would want as a chair and vice chair? That's question number one. And I just wanted to reach back out to Ben, and I know because he and I had talked privately before about families and kids and all of that kind of stuff, and to ask him again if he had any preference of serving as either the chair or the vice chair. And by the way, I think we have two fantastic nominees here. So, just a matter of house cleaning if there's some desire for either one to serve more so in one capacity than the other. So if Ben has anything further to add, I'd like to hear it, and then let us know how to vote. Thank you.
Ben, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Will. What I would have really preferred, Will, is for you to accept the nomination so I could have courteously backed out of this whole situation. But no, I spend the time. I'll do whatever everybody here at the table thinks. I have no ego about it. I'm very happy to sit in the vice chair and help George in any way I can. I've known George for a long time, and I'm happy to push this thing forward as somebody that spends a lot of time, well, not as much as I used to, but a lot of time on the water, and have spent my whole life here as well. So, I'd like to see some positive changes here and see this restoration blueprint through to the end. So I'm okay with either, as long as Ken said, staff will spoon feed me. So thanks.
Oh, and I just got a note that George is logging back in again, so we'll give him a little time here to see if he can talk. If you'd like, while we're getting, because I'd certainly like to hear from George. Would it be okay if we took our break now and then came back, or Beth, do you want to do this before break? I think it'd be incumbent on us to be able to hear from George.
Sure.
So on our schedule here, we have a 15-minute break. We're a little bit ahead on time right now. Why don't we go ahead and take our break now, and then when we come back, hopefully we'll have George. And I would also just like to encourage you all to give this further consideration. It's a very important role. Again, very fulfilling. You will get a lot out of it, and it's great work. So a 15-minute break. We will be back at 10:25, and then we'll do our voting. We'll consider taking more nominations when we get back from our break, and then we'll move into the voting at that point. So let's all reconvene again at 10:25. There we go. All right, and Beth has a timer up there for us.
Hey there, George. I know that we're on a break, but I'm going to go ahead and try an audio check with you if you're there. Can you try to do an audio check with me? Can you hear me, George?
George Garrett, do you want to do a quick audio check with us? You are unmuted on our end.
And I'm unmuted on my end. Is it working?
Woo! Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
All right. God, it took, geez. Super. Thank you. And I'll mute again, and we've got, what, a minute and 25 seconds or something. I'm ready.
Woohoo! It's working. Great, George.
Good.
Thank you,
Okay,
George.
cool. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I hope we're all back. It's kind of hard to tell, not being able to see your smiling faces out there. We do have George is able to join us now with audio. I would also like, yep, and George, one moment. I'd also like to throw Ken Rita's name in for consideration if he would be willing to so serve.
Ken, you're muted.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. I would tell you that I do truly believe that we've got the two best candidates already on the board, meaning already being nominated.
All right, thank you, Ken. George, would you like to say a few words?
You're unmuted, George.
Yes. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I've been playing with computer problems here. We've been rebuilding a computer network for the last 3 months. We got hacked at the city of Marathon. We got hacked about 3 months ago, and it's been a tough rebuilding process. So my apologies. First, thanks very much for the nomination. I guess I at least volunteered to do it. So greatly appreciated. For those that know me less than others, I've had some association with the Sanctuary Program really since its inception. Chris will remember Nature Conservancy efforts way back when with Mark Robertson, and that's where the sanctuary boundary I think was originally created, was on his floor back in 1990. So I go back that far. I had some part in writing one component of the first management plan, and I've just been a participant mostly in water quality ever since. So I've been on the committee as itself for about 6 or 8 years now, between being an alternate and being a primary member, and I'm more than happy to serve as the chair or vice chair at this point, whichever you guys all feel me in the best position to do. Greatly appreciate it.
I see that Karen Thurman has her hand raised. Not sure. Yeah. Oh, it's down now. So maybe she does not want to speak.
So Ben had mentioned some time considerations. That being the case, Ben and George, we need to decide if either of you have the preference for the chair or vice chair. And since Ben, you had indicated some time constraints, it might, just to get the ball rolling, I'll suggest that George be the chair and we nominate Ben as the vice chair. But again, if either of you have a preference one way or the other.
Look, I'm fine if George feels that he has the time to do the job.
Well, I think all of us find time constraints, and I think the one advantage I have right now is that the way my schedule works. I have a crazy schedule and it's not easy, but frankly, to the extent that my wife and I get to see each other, it has a tendency to be I leave early in the morning and she goes to work at 2:30 in the afternoon. So I actually have time to do some of this when I don't have to attend to family needs. So I'm okay serving as chair if that's the best way to do it.
All right.
Go ahead, Clint.
Well, I was just going to say, and Ben, and you're fine with the vice chair position.
That's correct. I'm happy to serve in any position that you guys feel that I'd be best in. So I'm happy with vice chair. I'd be happy if Tim Rita took the vice chair position and I could cordially back out, but he used my deal, which was you already got a couple of candidates. So, but yeah, I'm okay with that. No problem.
Okay, and one last check. We have no further nominations or anybody volunteering. These are our two candidates. And as we have two, and George is agreeing to be chair and Ben vice chair, do we actually need to do the formal voting process, or Beth, how best should we move forward at this point?
I think too, and granted, yes, we have one clear chair and one clear vice chair. However, to officially close the loop, asking those members, all primary members and non-voting seats may vote, and please cast your vote in the question box. And just a reminder that only FKNMS staff will see those responses. So if you can just take a few minutes, and Marlise or Nicole, let us know when you feel we've got the votes from the members and non-voting seats present, and then we can move on. So thank you, Clint, and thank you all for this conversation and for considering these roles and for stepping up.
And I see the advisory council members are noting their views in this on the question box. So thank you everybody for doing this.
There was a question if you guys want to move to approve.
Beth, are we finished with the votes coming in? Not yet. Okay.
I'm not certain.
There are still votes coming in.
So I guess we're just asking individual members to type in the question. If they a yes, no, yes, they approve, or actually typing in the names and what seat they're suggesting. People are using a slightly different approach to it, but we're getting the message coming through. So thank you. So unless anybody has any questions or hands raised, I don't see any. Well, actually, Steve Leopold's hand is raised. I'm not sure if he had a question or what.
Yeah, I can't vote on my device here. It's not allowing me to type in on the question box. So if that matters, I'd just go along with
You can also just
the,
email us if you want to, and we can do it that way.
oh, okay. I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, any other hands raised? I don't see any. So if that's the case, those who are typing can continue to do so. And I think, Clint, we can probably move on, and then that'll give the staff a chance to tally these, and then later we can come back to reporting the results of this very likely contested election.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. All right, we'll move right along. We've already had our break. That brings us up to our water quality protection program. Karen Bonsack, she's with the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, and she'll provide us with an update on some recent water quality related activities. Is Gus also with us today or no?
I do see him in the attendee list, so I believe he has signed in.
Okay. Well, Karen, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Clint, and good morning, everyone. Can you all see my screen? Let me just check on that first.
Yes, we can, and we can hear you.
All right, great. That's a bonus when these things work. So as Clint said, my name is Karen Bonsack. I know many of you from previous interactions, but for those of you who I've yet to meet, I am the Associate Director of Water Quality and Ecosystem Restoration with the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And we know water quality is a topic of great interest and concern, both among this council and the community. So today I'd like to provide an overview of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Water Quality Protection Program and update you on some other water quality items. And so that includes, I'm having trouble advancing my slides. Stand by. All right, we're just a little bit slow. All right, so we'll do a Water Quality Protection Program 101, discuss some next steps for the Water Quality Protection Program. I'll provide some brief updates on a couple of issues of community interest, and then finally discuss a little bit about how the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is engaging with South Florida ecosystem restoration. So starting with that Water Quality Protection Program 101. From the very beginning, the role of clean, clear water was recognized as a critical component in maintaining marine resources within the sanctuary. In fact, the legislation that created the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary also called for the creation of this comprehensive water quality protection program, which was actually the first such program developed for a marine sanctuary in the nation. And so our water quality protection program is administered by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the state of Florida, which is represented by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and they do that in cooperation with NOAA. And so the purpose of this program, and this is language taken directly from the statute, is to identify and recommend priority actions to address point and non-point sources of pollution, and to restore and maintain a balanced population of corals, shellfish, fish and wildlife, and recreational activities in and on the water. So in other words, the primary goal of this program is not only to achieve protection and restoration of good water quality, but by extension to also ensure the health of those resources that rely on it. And that includes the sanctuary's habitats, fish and wildlife, and recreational opportunities. And so how does this program work, you might be asking yourself? So the Water Quality Protection Program is composed of 3 separate committees. So first, there is a steering committee, which is composed of interagency and stakeholder representatives, which provides leadership, direction, and guidance for the development and implementation of the program itself. We also have a technical advisory committee, which provides scientific guidance and assists with the design and prioritization of research and monitoring programs. And thirdly, there is a management committee, which is made up of agency representatives, which coordinates and facilitates the activities of the steering committee and the technical advisory committee. And hopefully you can see on this slide that there are a variety of agencies and organizations represented across these various committees. And I really want to emphasize that the Water Quality Protection Program by design is intended to provide a mechanism for state and local government coordination and public participation in water quality issues. And so the way that this whole thing works is there are basically 4 types of primary activities that the Water Quality Protection Program is involved in. And so these include first, pursuing corrective actions to reduce pollutants by implementing pollution control measures or best management practices and adopting and enforcing regulations and water quality standards. Secondly is comprehensive monitoring to determine the sources of pollution in the sanctuary, evaluate the effectiveness of management efforts to reduce or eliminate those sources, and to assess basic overall progress towards achieving water quality standards and protecting coral reefs and other living resources in the sanctuary. We also fund research and special studies to better understand water quality issues in the sanctuary, develop monitoring tools, or otherwise address specific management issues. And then finally, education and outreach is an important component of the program as well, and that's intended to raise awareness about pollution issues and the program itself, but also to ensure that public participation is incorporated in developing and implementing the Water Quality Protection Program. Now, over the past 25 years, and Clint, thank you for teeing this up in your opening remarks, but over the past 25 years, this program and its partners have put a lot of effort towards reducing sources of pollution and improving water quality in the Florida Keys. And so I briefly want to just give a couple of highlights of those things, but there's far more than what I'm able to share with you today. So first, this program has provided oversight for wastewater and stormwater improvements, and that includes implementing the Monroe County Sanitary Wastewater Master Plan. And as a result, as Clint so astutely pointed out, most of the Keys have now been upgraded to advanced wastewater treatment, which is the highest level of wastewater treatment. Elimination of vessel discharge. All state and federal waters within the sanctuary have been designated a no discharge zone, which prohibits dumping of treated or untreated boat sewage into the sanctuary. And in addition to that, funding from the state and Monroe County has supported mobile pump out services to serve recreational vessels. And we'll touch on that a little bit more later on. Third, the program has also been actively engaged in canal water quality improvements, and that includes supporting the development of the Monroe County Canal Management Master Plan and completing canal restoration demonstration projects to test these methods to restore water quality in degraded canals. And finally, with support from the Water Quality Protection Program, research and monitoring programs have tracked the status and trends in water quality, seagrasses, and coral reef communities in the sanctuary since 1995. In addition to that, dozens of research projects and special studies have been completed that provide information on specific management questions and concerns related to water quality. So next, I want to briefly provide an update on kind of what's coming up for this Water Quality Protection Program. And so first, despite great effort and progress towards understanding and addressing these sources of water quality degradation in the Keys, the steering committee has recognized that we continue to face challenges. We are not done. And as such, they're committed to reevaluating the program's priorities and identifying new opportunities to more strategically pursue water quality improvement. And so specifically during the fall 2019 Water Quality Protection Program meeting, the steering committee passed a resolution directing a subgroup composed of management committee and technical advisory committee members to investigate and recommend a shortened list of priorities for the Water Quality Protection Program to pursue moving forward. And I think really fundamental to that resolution was the recognition that there are a number of local and state and federal agencies that have authority over activities that impact water quality in the Keys. It's really complicated, but despite that, the Water Quality Protection Program is uniquely positioned to speak as an integrative voice on those issues. And so part of this directive from the steering committee specifically included a call to consider activities that would make a significant difference in water quality within the sanctuary, and also to consider where this program can have a meaningful impact and serve as a key influencer on those issues. And so I guess it was between December 2019 and April of this year, which feels like a million years ago, but a working group was established, and through a combination of collaborative meetings and some creative virtual interactions, we succeeded in developing a narrowed list of priorities that will be recommended to the steering committee at their next meeting. Following the steering committee's review of those recommended priorities and approval of a final list, we'll pursue a second phase of this, which includes developing more detailed action plans for achieving those priorities and implementing them. And the goal really here is to further advance the protection and restoration of Keys water quality and associated marine resources, which is consistent with the goals of this program from the very beginning. So putting that puzzle piece in to figure out what we need for our ecosystem. And so also related to this, the management committee is beginning to plan that next steering committee meeting, during which the priorities, among other topics, will be discussed. And so we're currently considering dates in August and working through the logistics of hosting this as a virtual meeting. And so relevant to this, today I was hoping to gauge your interest in us potentially planning a joint Sanctuary Advisory Council and Water Quality Protection Program Steering Committee meeting. And if this is of interest, I would additionally appreciate any feedback you might have on what would be useful or what you'd hope to get out of such a meeting. And so I think it was one of the SAC meetings earlier this year, it was noted that the steering committee has specifically identified such a joint meeting with the SAC as something that they're really interested in pursuing. And that's both to increase collaboration between these two committees, but also to help improve communication and community engagement in water quality issues. And so now the management committee would also like to hear input from you all on this matter. And so you have a few minutes to think about that. And while you do, I'm going to transition into a couple of brief updates on some water quality related items of interest. So first, there were a lot of anecdotal observations about improved water quality in March and April, and speculation that reduced marine activities due to pandemic-related closures were responsible. And so realistically, it's not quite that simple. While this reduction in activity likely contributed to lower turbidity associated with high use nearshore areas especially, these observations also overlapped with a period of very calm weather and very dry conditions, which are also really important factors contributing to water clarity. And as I'm sure you know, high winds and stormwater runoff affect water quality and clarity by storing up sediments in the water column, washing silts and nutrients, and all kinds of other stuff from land into nearshore waters. So I do want to mention that the Florida Keys Water Quality Monitoring Project, this is one of the main monitoring programs the Water Quality Protection Program conducts. This program has measured water quality 4 times per year at 94 sites across the sanctuary since 1995. And this sampling includes measurements of turbidity and light attenuation and a whole slew of other parameters, nutrients and chlorophyll, you name it, which can help quantify water quality and clarity. And I'm happy to say that samples were obtained during March of this year before field ops were shut down because of the COVID pandemic. And those sampling events did overlap with the shift from business as usual to this reduced marine related activity state, and that it also overlapped with that period of dry, calm weather. And so unfortunately, I don't have the actual results of that monitoring. We're waiting for those results from those samples to see if the data reflect a change in water quality that corresponds with observations. But again, water samplings plan to resume again this month, although that might be delayed as this pandemic continues to affect lab and field work. But essentially comparing data across multiple sampling periods may provide a more accurate assessment of the specific factors contributing to these observations of improved water quality during that time. And just a quick note about the image on your screen. This is the total change in turbidity over the 24-year period between 1995 and 2018. And generally it shows that water column turbidity declined throughout the sanctuary during that period, which is a beneficial trend. All right. The use of shallow injection wells for wastewater effluent disposal is another issue about which we've heard concerns expressed by a number of stakeholders. And many areas of the Keys use deep injection wells for wastewater effluent disposal. And these are drilled to a minimum depth of 2,000 feet below the surface. However, there are other areas that use shallow wells that are drilled to a minimum depth of 90 feet below the surface. And I've put some animation in this slide just to help you visualize the difference in depth between those two. Otherwise, it can be hard to wrap your brain around. But so as one example, and George, not to pick on you, but the city of Marathon has several municipal wastewater treatment plants with effluent disposal to shallow injection wells. And I want to emphasize that their wastewater treatment plants and the injection wells currently meet the state's regulatory requirements for advanced wastewater treatment. But despite that, stakeholders have still expressed concerns to DEP and to the Water Quality Protection Program that the treated effluent disposed into these shallow wells is migrating through the porous limestone and potentially impacting our nearshore waters. And so in order to address these concerns, DEP staff and the Water Quality Protection Program Technical Advisory Committee are working together as we speak to develop a water quality monitoring plan to further investigate this issue. And so specifically the goal of that plan is to first determine if the city of Marathon's advanced wastewater treatment effluent injected into shallow wells is migrating through groundwater and the porous limestone into surface waters. And if so, if that is actually contributing to degradation of water quality in violation of state statutes and rules. And so this is really this monitoring study is really a necessary step before any additional regulatory action could be taken to require more protective measures, since, as I mentioned, these plants are currently in compliance. And one final issue I want to highlight is Monroe County's Keys-wide mobile vessel pump out service, which has undoubtedly been important for water quality in the Keys. I think, I mentioned it earlier, but I think it's fairly obvious why sanctuary regulations prohibit vessel sewage discharges. And this pump out service helps reduce environmental impacts associated with that by supporting compliance with that federal no discharge zone. And thanks to funding from the state of Florida and Monroe County, the pump out service has been provided free of charge, with Pump Out USA contracted to service vessels throughout the Florida Keys for the past 9 years. And, residents and business owners in the Florida Keys have worked so hard to protect the nearshore environment in a number of ways, and not the least of which was eliminating the use of septic systems and improving wastewater treatment, as I just mentioned. And we know that there is a demand and a desire to offer pump out services to live aboard residents and commercial operators to continue and further protect sanctuary waters. And unfortunately, there are some funding challenges associated with this program that might temporarily threaten the ability of the program to continue to provide this essential service to our community. And I will say it's unclear at this time how that will proceed, but the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners is meeting tomorrow to discuss it. And I heard that Michelle Coldiron is on the line, so she might be able to weigh in after the fact. And if services are suspended, obviously we are concerned about the potential increase in illegal discharges that may occur if that is temporarily unavailable or if the service is unable to meet demand. And so the sanctuary is keenly interested in ensuring that vessels continue to have sufficient access to vessel pump out infrastructure. And we will be working with the county and the partners from the Water Quality Protection Program to identify some longer term solutions to ensure that those are maintained. And I guess I'll just mention, as we continue to evaluate current regulations, one of the areas on which most people would agree is vessel discharge. And you guys probably remember that the restoration blueprint proposes to keep the no discharge rule for all vessels operating within the sanctuary, and also to strengthen the discharge regulation for cruise ships. And we saw that a little bit earlier with Beth's presentation. And last, but certainly not least, I want to briefly mention the sanctuary's efforts to strengthen our engagement on regional water quality issues, specifically with the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, which oversees Everglades restoration. So first, NOAA does have a seat on the task force. The National Ocean Service Acting Assistant Administrator, Nicole LaBeouf, is the representative for NOAA. And I'm happy to say that she is very supportive of continued focus on coastal issues and recognition of the sanctuary and coral reefs as key components of the South Florida ecosystem, and thus Everglades restoration planning. We do have a NOAA ecosystem restoration team that meets monthly to coordinate on Everglades issues and advise Ms. LaBeouf. And I'm happy to say that I've recently been appointed to the working group of the task force, which is charged with assisting the task force in its efforts to basically coordinate the development of priorities and projects, you name it, related to restoration, preservation, and protection of the South Florida ecosystem, which includes our offshore reefs. We also have a seat on the Biscayne Bay Regional Restoration Coordination Team, which provides scientific advice to the working group on Everglades projects that relate to Biscayne Bay. And really moving forward, I hope to strengthen engagement with the local partners and community members who are also working on this issue. I think if we're communicating consistently about the importance of Florida Keys water quality, habitats, living marine resources, and the community interests, that those considerations are more likely to be integrated into those regional restoration and water management planning efforts. And I'm looking forward to being a part of making sure that happens. And so with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention. I know that's a lot to cover in a short period, but I'm happy to answer questions and obviously to continue the conversation beyond today. Briefly, before I pass it off for Q&A moderation, I wanted to recognize that I believe Gus Rios with Florida DEP is on the line. Gus helps administer the Water Quality Protection Program and is available to help answer questions. And then secondly, I know we have limited time, so my email address is on the screen. Please feel free to email me after the fact, whether it's with specific input on your opinion on the joint SAC and Water Quality Protection Program meeting or any other questions. I'd love to hear from you. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. This is Sarah, and I am really pleased that we have Karen with us and focusing a lot of attention and energy on these issues, and really appreciate your providing that presentation. And we'd love to hear any comments or questions on any of this, but also specifically with regard to that idea mentioned early in Karen's presentation regarding a joint Water Quality Protection Program Steering Committee meeting and SAC meeting. So we'll go ahead and start calling on folks who have their hands raised. I see a number of them raised. The first one I happened to see was Commissioner Coldiron. So Marlise, if we can unmute Commissioner Coldiron.
I shall unmute. I'm also going to unmute Gus so that he can respond to questions as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thanks for being with us, Gus.
Oh, you're very welcome. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, Commissioner Coldiron, you are unmuted.
Thank you so much. Boy, that was an excellent presentation, Karen. Great job. You did mention the Pump Out USA, and they have been an excellent partner with us. Goodness, for at least 7+ years, and every year we do have to renew a contract with them, and every year we do ask the state of Florida to be our financial partner in this, and some years also the Clean Vessel Act also gives monies for Pump Out. Last year we actually received over $750,000 from the state of Florida, and they gave a huge amount last year to help upgrade some of the vessels and some of the equipment that needed to be upgraded. This year, the county is in a position to add $320,000, plus we were going to pull another $97,000 in reserves. We will apply for the Clean Vessel Act again this year. They did not fund us in the year 2020. Legislatively, and again, the host state is waiting to hear what the budget will actually, what exactly will happen when the budget's approved. but they have earmarked $325,000. So that brings the total to $743,000 that would be available for pump out. And unfortunately, Pump Out believes they're going to need additional funds, and that amount would only get them through the first 3 quarters. And so that's where there's a little rub, and we're trying to come up with how we can get that money to spread for the year, or if we can find partners. They believe that NOAA wants to be a partner, and or FWC will help fund the additional money that they're requiring. So yes, we do have a discussion item on our county commission meeting for this tomorrow, and I'm very optimistic that we will work something out so that this very necessary program can continue going forward. You know, as you all know, COVID has really put us all in a difficult financial position, and I just don't know where we're going to come up with the extra funding that they need. And so if you all are in a position to help, that would be great as well. But if not, I know we'll figure something out, but that would be my update for you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that update, Commissioner. It is an issue we've been hearing about for a little while now, and I think everyone on this call recognizes the importance of this program, but also recognizes the difficult financial position that you know, many of us are in, given the pandemic and the financial implications of it. And so we are definitely eager to work with you, not only to try to solve this immediate question of the shortfall, but then really start having conversations about the long term, because, you know, next year, who's to say there won't be additional financial pressures that are on the various funders, and we need to really find a long-term sustainable solution to this so this program can be maintained, and the work of supporting vessel pump outs can be long-term. So we've got an immediate issue right now, and I really appreciate that you all are going to be tackling it tomorrow, and we stand ready to try to figure out ways to help, but then also have a conversation about the long term and what that looks like going forward. So
and I appreciate that. And you know, the long-term goal is for all of the marinas to be on some type of a sewer system themselves, so that these pump outs can then just be what they were initially intended for, which was boats that are out in our nearshore waters anchored out, that it can continue to clean those vessels and do their pump outs. So I believe we have a long-term fix, but that again is years in the making, and it's just a matter of what can we do between now and then to ensure that pump out continues. So I do know that they have reached out to you, and I don't know what your all's position is at this point. And that might be something you and
well, I wish we had a checkbook to write a big check, but we don't. So we're trying to figure out what other alternatives there are. So
perfect.
Yeah, and we will be discussing this issue with the steering committee to get minds greater than ours on the issue as well, to see if we can come up with something. So it's definitely a to be continued on this conversation.
Wonderful.
Okay, we have a number of other hands up at the moment. Carolyn McLaughlin, I'm not sure if we are able to.
Sarah, it looks like Carolyn doesn't have audio right now, so let's put her on hold until we see her audio pop back up.
And perhaps she can type into the question box. What about David Makepeace?
Yeah,
David,
I have a question related to this year's pump out program. Since it would seem to me that there's been a dramatic reduction in the amount of on-water activity during the last 3 or 4 months, is there a possible savings in this year's pump out budget that could be carried over to next year? And that's an question that may not be able to answer now, but it's one that I think should be considered.
This is Karen. I unfortunately don't have an answer for that. I believe the state funding cycle is you'll use it or lose it at the end of the year without rollover, but I don't know if Commissioner Coldiron has additional input there.
Sorry, you're unmuted, Commissioner Coldiron.
Okay, and I know that that was one of the questions that I asked our staff to look at, but this is basically based on a number of pump outs, and they average between 1,300 and 1,800 pump outs. I believe that's the figure, and so I am still waiting to hear if the pump outs will decrease due to boats being more in one place or not. It's a good question.
Yeah, I used to serve on the county port committee. I used to see those reports on a regular basis. And if some of the money's county, I know the state money has to be spent or you lose it. But if there's county money that's in that budget, perhaps the county money could be carried forward if there is a savings. It's just something to consider as you're trying to scramble to accommodate the extra, the fourth quarter of next year. And with that, I'm done with my line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I see that Erin Muller has her hand raised.
Erin, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick comment, Karen, really. It's just as part of the Acropora Recovery Implementation Team, which is a group of us that meet regularly to address action items related to the Acropora Recovery Plan. I'm co-leading a ecotoxicology working group with Pat Shaw-Allen and we're putting together a white paper that we're hopefully going to be able to publish, just trying to assess contaminants and the current state of knowledge of contaminants throughout the range of Acropora, but obviously most of it will be within U.S. jurisdictions, just because where a lot of the knowledge is. But we're hoping to look at some of those like legacy contaminants, such as biocides and herbicides, to microplastics, to emerging contaminants like pharmaceuticals and flame retardants, and just have a current state of knowledge document on what we know about those levels in the water and any thresholds that could be affecting stony corals and particularly Acropora. So hopefully that will be, you know, a nice piece of literature that we could share with the water quality protection program that could be, you know, supplemental information on ecotoxin, particularly contaminants.
Thank you, Erin. I know that's an issue of interest to the Water Quality Protection Program. So anything that you guys produce, we would love to see it. That sounds really spectacular.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share it once we've gotten it done. It's quite a beast, but
it sounds like it.
we're getting close.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Erin. I see that Mimi Stafford has her hand raised. We can go with her, and then next would be George Garrett.
Yes, I mean, I wondered, I would really look forward to a joint meeting between the committees because I would like to hear the progress that they've made in terms of prioritizing sources so that they could be organized in the state in which what is the most what's the most doable, what's the biggest problem, where is it coming from, and then prioritize what can be done in the near term and then what can be done in the long term so that we can get a plan of action. Because I wondered with the shallow wells, some of them are probably more of a problem than others, and perhaps you can start on something, you can figure a plan to begin somewhere rather than be overwhelmed by there's too much and there's not enough money for anything. So we at least are starting to make some progress, like with the iconic reefs. Let's start, find a place and build from there.
Thank you, Mimi. And I think that, as I mentioned, the priorities progress would be one of the key agenda items. And so I'm happy to hear your feedback that you would be interested in participating in that. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mimi. Okay, George Garrett, you have been patiently waiting.
You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
We're good? Okay. Two things. I want to kind of quickly go back to this whole discussion about the pump out vessels. There was a huge amount said, and I don't need to say much more, but this does go back to when we adopted state waters as a no discharge zone, and then finally in the early 2000s, federal waters. And Pump Out USA, I want to say, has been a partner from 2000 on, so it's actually almost 20 years. It's actually a little over 20 years. And they've been a spectacular partner. The county's piece of this funding comes from something I wrote back in 2002 for George Nugent. And it's the second part of your boating improvement fund monies that come when you register your vessel each year. And so that was specifically set aside from this, for this. So that's where the $300 and some odd thousand that Michelle talked about comes from. And then finally, I want to say that this has always been, as time has gone on, a lobbying effort, because the state and Clean Vessel Act sources at the federal level have tried to dry up. And every year we go back and lobby for that. I think Michelle can attest to that with their lobbyists. I know the city of Marathon has helped out a little bit in that. And I guess my real message there is that we need to continue to lobby upstream to make sure that we get funding coming downstream to us. The other thing I want to say, and I want to echo Mimi's comment, and two things really, and the shout out to Karen Bonsack. I think the effort she's done in creating the water quality priorities is fantastic. We've done a really nice job there. And I think what really highlights where we're going with this discussion, and I'm going to say it in terms of actually Karen's email address. It's a NOAA address. And I think in the past, it was Fred McManus, it was then Bill Kay. They were both EPA people. That's what they were designated to be, but there's always been, in my mind, a little bit of a schism between the Water Quality Protection Program and the sanctuary efforts. There were even separate monitoring efforts to some degree. And so you were either kind of a water quality person or you were a habitat resource person, and you chose which meeting you went to. I've been at both, I think, through the course of my time, and I have always thought it was important to integrate. So I want to follow on with what Mimi said and say that I'm in full support of a joint meeting where we can sort of mix and match our thoughts about restoration of both water quality and physical resources. And with that, I'll close.
Thank you, George. That's really helpful perspective on some of the history, and I appreciate your thoughts on the joint meeting. And I've seen a couple of comments from other SAC members in the question box noting support for a joint meeting. I'm not seeing any new hands popping up. Dave
Sarah,
Vaughn, oh, go ahead.
I think Carolyn might have audio now.
Oh, great. And then I also see Corey Malcolm raised his hand. So Carolyn, let's give it a try.
Great, thanks so much. Karen, thank you so much for that presentation. Fantastic. And I'm sure I speak for a lot of us to say that we're so happy to have you on board. And, Sarah, really appreciate how you did come in. Your first meeting heard that people were concerned about water quality, people were concerned about the Everglades. And so really want to credit you for listening and taking action to really bring Karen on and formulate this new position to address some of the concerns of the Sanctuary Advisory Council members. So thank you so much. So I just want to make a few comments on participation in terms of Everglades restoration. Karen, it's fantastic to hear that you're now on the working group. I know that I think there's a meeting next week on Tuesday, and so just really encourage you to use that platform as an opportunity to voice issues pertaining to the sanctuary, to advocate for projects that will improve water quality for Florida Bay and the rest of the sanctuary. That's a really good opportunity, and I'm so glad to hear again that you'll be participating in that group. I serve as the vice chair of the Biscayne Bay Regional Restoration Coordination Team, and I know we've appreciated the participation of the sanctuary through Nancy for a very long time, and so really look forward to your continued participation with that group. I would encourage you as well to work more with the planning process that's about to start. It's now called the BBCER project, but it's the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Ecosystem Everglades Restoration Project. I might have gotten that acronym wrong, but it's the BBCER project, and it's combining the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 2 project with the C-111 Spreader Canal Eastern. And so those projects will have benefits for both Biscayne Bay and Florida Bay, which of course impacts the sanctuary. And so they're going to start planning in July, I believe. And so I would encourage you all to see if you can get a spot on the project delivery team, which is a group of kind of technical agency advisors that will provide input throughout the duration of planning. It would be fantastic to have the sanctuary represented on that group because this project is going to be so important for water quality in the sanctuary moving forward. So thanks again for the great presentation, and I'm so happy to hear that you're taking all these great steps in terms of improving water quality.
I appreciate that, Carolyn, and I will be on the Biscayne Bay Regional Restoration Coordination Team meeting this afternoon, and I am aware of the BBCER project, and I would be happy to serve to the extent possible that I can on the PDT. So perhaps we can touch base after the fact about how to get onto that group, and we'll go from there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, I saw another hand. Corey Malcolm, his hand is raised. There you are, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Karen. I just want to say, yes, I absolutely support a meeting between the water quality group and the SAC. I think it's just essential. That's really the big issue, I think, for the sanctuary is water quality, and it's driving a lot of the problems that we have. I definitely would like to see more public education outreach. I know you alluded to it, Karen. Over the past few months, there have been, I can say here in Key West, probably hundreds of people that I know of who are equating clear water with healthy water. And, that's just not the case. And if people don't understand that, it's going to lead to, I think, misguided political solutions. So we really need some good education for everybody down here as to what the issues are. And I also think we need, it's wonderful to do all this local Keys stuff, but I just worry that we can do everything right here at home and within the sanctuary, but outside forces are going to keep causing a decline in our resources. And so we need to somehow use the sanctuary's bully pulpit, if you will, to get people further away to understand, what's driving some of our problems. Really, we can look at runoff from the Caloosahatchee or even runoff from the Mississippi rivers affecting our waters here. And I think people just, there's a disconnect and they don't see that or understand that. And we need to do everything we can to fix everything we can locally, but also sort of scream and shout a little bit so people will understand the problems are bigger than just local issues.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And, I agree that public education outreach is key. The steering committee has recognized the need to reinvigorate those efforts, and we have some ideas for how to do that calls into play the various representatives that are, you know, on these various bodies to help. And then I definitely hear you about the importance of kind of taking this dual approach between local issues and looking more regionally. And I think that we're just at the tip of the iceberg, and there's a lot more we can be doing, and I'm exploring how we can do just that. So I'm hoping that we can continue to keep this body updated and have some positive progress to continue reporting as we move forward.
Okay, I understand our chair has a question, and then I also see Chris Berg has his hand raised, as does Susie Roebling. So we'll try to get to you two after our chair. Clint.
Thank you, Sarah. Karen, just a quick question. I went to the website address you have linked here on your slide. Where would I go to find the results of the testing?
Oh, the water quality?
Yes.
That you can, unfortunately, this website's a little out of date. So speaking of needed updates to education and outreach, but when you go to that website, there is a tab for water quality monitoring. In fact, I think I have it up if I can get my screen to work.
The last report was from 2014.
Yeah, there's another location where the 2018 report, which is the most recent one we have that came out last spring, and I will make sure to send that to Beth or Nicole or somebody to send out with the I don't know, meeting summary so that you guys can see it, and that does include a broad scale analysis of the 24 years of trends across the various parameters that are collected in the sanctuary. So I'll be sure that you guys get that. And this is one of the things that we're working on behind the scenes to try to just get sorted out, is this website and making sure information is getting to the public in a timely manner and in an organized way. So thanks for calling that out, Clint.
Thank you, Karen. Looking forward to getting that report.
Yep, no problem.
Thanks, Clint. Okay, Chris Berg had his hand up.
Hi, I just want to, throw in my support for the joint meeting between the Advisory Council and the Water Quality Protection Program Steering Committee. And I would go further and suggest that that become an annual event, and that there be an evening component at which we could expect more participation from the public, or try to get more participation from the public. I know that it's complicated enough coordinating one meeting at a time, but these are sort of two sides of the same coin. They were, both the SAC and the Water Quality Protection Program created by the act that created the sanctuary, and I think having some regularity to these interactions would be very beneficial in the long run.
Thank you for that input, Chris. And we're not afraid of hard work. We know that oftentimes hard work is what's needed to make progress. So we'll take that into consideration.
I like your confidence that the joint meeting will be so productive that you want to do it every year. That's fantastic. I don't disagree. Okay, let's give Susie a chance, see if we can get the audio working again. We've had difficulty previously, but we can unmute
Susie. You're unmuted on our end. It looks like you're muted on your end. Looks like we just lost her audio.
Nuts. Oh, okay. Technology can be a friend sometimes and sometimes not. I apologize for that, Susie. That's got to be frustrating. I see no more hands. Karen or Gus, I don't know if you had any or sort of summary comments, or if you feel like you got the input you needed. Anything else?
I'll allow Gus if you want to jump in with anything.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you, Sarah. First, I wanted to thank you for inviting us, and big thanks to Karen for a great presentation, but also for her great work in the Water Quality Protection Program. She's a really great resource, and I hope we can continue to have her work with us. But very, very briefly, I just want to say that I'm very pleased at the comments from the SAC. I also believe that it's very beneficial to have these joint meetings with the SAC. We've been talking about this for a while. After all the water quality protection program and the science that's generated in the WQPP, it's there to inform the management or improve to be used for the management of the sanctuary, which is one of the biggest objectives of the SAC. So I think having these joint meetings, and I agree with Chris, I mean, I would say that doing it more often, annually, was great, would help us to make sure that the two programs are better aligned, and that information it's kind of getting to the maximum common denominator of the public that needs to hear it. So that's all I have to say, and thank you again for inviting me, and whatever I can do to help and support the SAC, please let me know.
Thank you, Gus. And to everyone else, just a reminder, my email address is still on the screen, so feel free to reach out if you have any specific follow-up. Otherwise, it sounds like we have our marching orders, and we'll be putting some thought into how we would pull off this type of joint meeting, very likely virtually, sometime in the next couple months. And so I'm sure that we will be reaching back out to you all with information on that shortly. So thank you again, and take care.
Thank you,
Thank
Karen.
you, Karen. Mr. Chair, we're done with that, I think.
Excellent. Sorry, Susie, that we lost your audio again there. But moving along, next we have Jessica Levy with the Coral Restoration Foundation, and she's going to provide an update on Mission Iconic Reefs. And I believe you'll be joined today with Andy Bruckner with the Sanctuary.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay. And is the PowerPoint visible?
Sure is.
And it's
Thank
just
you.
the PowerPoint, not the presenter notes as well?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, first of all, thank you for having me this morning. My name is Jess Levy, and if I haven't met with you or worked with you in the past, I'm the Coral Restoration Program Manager at the Coral Restoration Foundation. And right now I'm going to give a high-level look at Mission Iconic Reefs, which I'm sure everyone has at least heard of, but it's a multi-organizational restoration plan. It was coordinated through NOAA's Restoration Center and the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. So I'm going to provide a little bit of an overview. It's a very collaborative plan. Coral Restoration Foundation is one of the partners involved, and I was really grateful to be given the opportunity to speak with you guys today about it. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but of course we know that the Florida Keys has a long-standing history and connection with our reef system. Reefs around the world are one of the oldest ecosystems on our planet. They support an immense amount of biodiversity. And in addition to that biodiversity, they offer what is known as ecosystem services, such as protecting coastlines, supporting economies through fishing, diving, tourism industries, all the things that the Keys rely on and love to use as well. But when we start to talk about coral reefs and declining coral reef health, we start to lose those services. And as many people on this call know and have observed firsthand, reefs throughout the Florida Keys are experiencing a severe amount of decline. Historically, coral cover was as great as 25%. It's now as low as 2% in some areas. This is just a photo sequence of Carey's Fort Reef, and it actually depicts really well what that decline looks like. So you can see several decades ago, lots of fish, lots of live coral cover and color. And as we start to lose that coral, we start to lose that structure, we start to lose those fish, and eventually we start to lose those ecosystem services that we know and love and need as a community. So because we are in the situation that we are in today, restoration has become a tool that we can use in our toolbox to start to reverse that decline. But it's such a severe decline, and one of the things that we have to address first and foremost is kind of that elephant in the room, which is why bother with restoration when many of the stressors that have caused reefs to decline are still active today? This is a question that I get asked all the time in my role at CRF, and I'm sure that many of you have had to either answer this question or possibly been the one even asking this question. The silver lining for the Florida Keys is that we have a long-standing history of restoration efforts. Many of the techniques used around the world today were pioneered here, and now that restoration has become a very active field of work, we are also able to learn from other countries and import that knowledge back to the Keys. So we've learned a lot along the way. Historically, restoration efforts were focused on placing fewer corals across many sites. They used a low amount of both species and genetic diversity across restoration efforts, and they were done so at relatively small scale in comparison to what they are now. And all those factors influence survivorship and restoration efforts. We've learned from our past, and more recently, restoration efforts are focused on a few select reefs. This allows us to put a greater investment into restoration sites by increasing the amount of visits they receive and increasing the number of corals placed on these sites. And not only is the abundance of corals increasing, but restoration efforts are also increasing the amount of genetic diversity that is represented at a restoration site. For example, Coral Restoration Foundation, we first started outplanting, we worked with 3 genetically distinct staghorn corals, and now we curate over 100 different genotypes into our staghorn outplanting efforts. Additionally, restoration efforts are investing a lot of energy into producing and outplanting novel species, so species that weren't traditionally used in restoration before. Species like brain corals, star corals, and even pillar corals are now being incorporated into restoration efforts. When traditionally speaking, it was just the branching corals like staghorn and elkhorn. So this investment in diversity promotes resiliency in restoration programs, and it's becoming more and more commonplace as opposed to the way that we did things in the past. And then in addition to these evolving restoration practices, there's a lot of external efforts, which you guys are probably familiar with as well, that are going to help remove some of those pressures that are on our reefs, such as the mooring ball program that we have, the wastewater treatment system that we just talked about, the sanctuaries, the blueprint. There's a lot of efforts in there that would remove some of the external pressures on our reef sites and at our restoration sites. And of course, the Everglades restoration efforts as well to start to address some water quality challenges too. So all these put together, these restoration efforts and the reduction of stressors, they of course need to be done in tandem. And yes, we are still working in an imperfect system, but it's not about obtaining perfection. This is about making progress. And that's what we really need to start looking for when we talk about restoration on Florida Keys reefs. So in order to make progress, we have to recognize that natural recovery is no longer an option. Even if we fix the system tomorrow, we know that if left alone, natural recovery is either too slow or non-existent at this point. And so reefs are not going to recover on their own, even if we removed every single stressor impacting them. This means that active population or restoration is a necessity for reef recovery. And while the Keys have had this long history of restoration, they have remained very siloed within individual organizations and at relatively small scales. And more recently, everyone has kind of started to realize the scale of this problem was far greater than any one organization could tackle. And then you couple that with kind of this need and understanding to have a very holistic, comprehensive plan, as well as this community outcry for something to be done. It finally just felt right for the time and the energy to be put behind a plan that would kind of start to restore some of the reefs in the Florida Keys and illustrate the power of good restoration, which led to the creation of Mission Iconic Reefs. This initiative was announced in December of this last year. It was easily in production for over a year ahead of that, though. Like I mentioned earlier, the project is spearheaded by the Sanctuary and NOAA's Restoration Center, but it's also been in development across a dozen different organizations as well. The plan identifies 7 sites in the Florida Keys selected for complete restoration. These 7 sites were selected from an original set identified by the Sanctuary Advisory Council several years ago. I think the original set was about 37 different sites. Then experts from multiple organizations selected these 7 reefs based on the reputation as being iconic to the Keys in some way, a demonstrated history of restoration success in many of the areas, their importance to the local community and economy, as well as their diversity. These sites range in locations along the reef line, from inshore and offshore, and range between protected and non-protected areas, and ranges in their reef type from patch reefs to spur and groove as well. So while they were selected for various reasons, they were all iconic in some way. One of the things that makes this restoration effort unique is that it's really the first time a comprehensive holistic strategy has been put into place. And what I mean by that is the strategy not only addresses what corals need to go where and how many, but it also addresses other needs like site prep and maintenance and monitoring. The plan is the first of its kind for Florida, and it's one of the most ambitious reef restorations the world has actually seen. And there are a lot of components that go into this plan and recovery at this scale. I'm going to walk through at a very high level some of those, but this is going to be very light on the details. The initial step to creating this plan was to understand each site and what habitat was available for restoration efforts. Initially, we did this by manually drawing out and dividing each reef into 3 to 7 habitat zones. Then using GIS and spatial mapping software, those initial zones were overlaid onto high-resolution aerial photography, bathymetry data, and other tools to get to a much finer resolution. And the third and final step was Sanctuary then went and surveyed each site to basically ground truth the areas and produce our final habitat maps, 3 of which are displayed on the screen as examples. These efforts help us to understand or confirm the amount of habitat that was available for restoration and the amount of area available for each species used for future restoration efforts. And the other part of the plan, once we have these habitat maps and we can understand what there is to work with, ICONS then started to identify what work was needed to enhance restoration efforts. And this was done. This plan takes a very stepwise and very holistic approach to restoration, which isn't always the case. A lot of times it's just focusing on one effort, like the outplanting side of things. So ICONS actually includes building in provisions for activities such as site maintenance, which occurs, or sorry, site preparation, which occurs prior to outplanting events. This includes activities like removing nuisance species, removal and clearing of substrate ahead of restoration efforts. The scope of work also, of course, includes identifying the number of coral fragments that will need to be grown in nurseries prior to being planted on the reef. Another huge component to ICONS that is pretty novel to restoration plans is that it also includes an activity that's directly related to restoring the balance between corals and algae competition for space by rearing and supplying herbivorous urchins and crabs to restored sites. There's also components within this plan that outline how sites will receive regular professional and volunteer maintenance to fix broken corals, remove debris, and ensure coral health outplants. So this is actually a follow-up visits to just maintain the site after an outplanting event. And finally, of course, an important step is performance and monitoring, which will ensure that project success and failures can be incorporated onto ongoing works and any future restoration efforts as well. So for this project, it's really important to recognize that recovery is going to take time. We did not lose our reefs overnight. It was a nearly 40-year process, so we can't expect recovery to be instant as well. ICONS takes a phased approach with the ultimate goal to restore coral cover from 2%, which is based on 2019 observations from those site surveys I mentioned earlier, to 25% over a period of 20 years. The first 10 years of the project, or phase 1, focuses on the dominant branching corals, staghorn, elkhorn. There are some requirements for bouldering species, but the focus on the croparids is because these are the types of corals that we already have a lot of knowledge and infrastructure in place to begin restoration efforts, and they're not a susceptible species to stony coral tissue loss. And then the elements in phase 2, they have a greater need for R&D before they can be deployed, which is why there's kind of this stepwise approach, with some time right now being invested into the methods and how we would actually scale up some of the restoration of either the herbivores and these other species, these non-acroporid species as well in the future. So using those refined habitat zones that I mentioned earlier, this helped to understand the area available for restoration efforts for each species. The ICONS plan identifies a restoration plan for each of the 7 sites. Not every reef is equal, however, so you can see a lot of variability in the area available and the number of corals needed across these sites. This is again because these sites are diverse and require different things and require a unique plan for each location. But in total, over a 20-year period, ICONS calls for just under 500,000 corals to be outplanted across numerous species and across these 7 sites. And then when the plan is successful, NOAA has calculated a total of 260,000 meters squared of restored area. So that's a very quick and dirty high-level look at the plan. Just as an example, I'm going to zoom into Carey's Fort Reef and show you what one of those individual site plans would look like. So here is the habitat map that was created after ground truthing all the data that was available to us at Carey's Fort. As many of you know, Carey's Fort actually has 2 components to it, Carey's Fort North and Carey's Fort South. This is what's known as the Carey's Fort Reef Complex. And this map highlights the different habitat types that make up that Carey's Fort complex. And it's important to note that not every area and not every habitat type is actually suitable for restoration. For example, the orange and yellow area is the reef crest, which is extremely shallow, sometimes even exposed at low tide. So while it previously housed these corals, it is too shallow to actually get a body in and get work done. So there's some practical implications for restoration efforts that ICONS considers when it actually builds a plan for an individual site. Getting into the details at Carey's Fort, this is the total area that was mapped compared to the restorable area. The restorable area is always going to be a little less than the total area because it takes into account some of those practical limitations. And if we look at just phase 1, just the first 10 years of restoration, Carey's Fort calls for 5 different species of coral and about 112,000 mature coral outplants to be added back to the reef, which is a pretty substantial amount of restoration. So each of the 7 reefs have plans like this developed for them. This is just an example of one, and I would encourage you, if you're interested, to kind of explore after this and get a better idea of the restoration plan in these 7 reefs. Now to get to the fun part, which is the price tag. The initial scope of just the first 10 years of Mission Iconic Reefs has been priced just shy of $100 million. This includes funding for all the various activities that I mentioned earlier. Something that is important to recognize about the price tag is that we know it's not 100% perfect. This is because it's based on the best available knowledge now and the current cost of things as they are now. So this does not include consideration for economies of scale or the advent of a new methodology that would drive costs down. And funds are expected to be raised from a mix of sources, including federal foundations and private funding as well. And then just for fun, to put this price tag into another perspective, here are some of the things that you could do with $100 million, either over a 10-year period or in a single go. And just to kind of start to wrap things up, I mentioned earlier that this initiative is about collaboration. Here are the 11 groups in Florida that are currently taking an active role and participating in this recovery plan. As you can see, they range from the management and government agencies to the researchers and the practitioners, both land and field-based, who will be raising and restoring these corals themselves onto these iconic sites. And finally, I also mentioned earlier, a big component of this is going to be stewardship, both site stewardship and community stewardship. So ICONS does have in it provisions for how we can use the community in the Florida Keys to help with some of the dive power behind the restoration at these sites. At the moment, there are 2 working groups, excuse me, that have been formed that address site maintenance and prep, and those 2 working groups focus on the Blue Star operators and how to involve them, as well as how to potentially involve individual Uber volunteers who own their own boats, who dive their house or their resident reef, people who are just very excited and gung-ho about wanting to support restoration work and contribute to it in the water as well. And then the other way that there's going to be to get involved is volunteering with these collaborators. All the groups participating in ICONS have a form of volunteering some way or another. So for example, if you're volunteering with Coral Restoration Foundation, we are incorporating the ICONS plan into our restoration plan. So you're going to automatically be participating in ICONS if you're volunteering with these organizations as well. So with that, I know that that was very quick and high level. There is a lot more information available on the fisheries website, and there's a lot of pamphlets, and I think some have been provided for you here as well. But with that, I think Andy and I are now available for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Jessica. Jessica, I never call you Jessica. Jess, I am really appreciative. This is a fantastic presentation. I obviously am a fan of this effort. I am completely inspired by the folks that are committed to this. I have the privilege of getting to see the work that's gone into this, as Jess noted, over a year of planning and really rolling up the sleeves. CRF, Moat, the Nature Conservancy, Plant a Million Corals, Reef Renewal, the state have really been coming together, as Jess noted, in a really unique way. And, you know, again, standing on the shoulders of the work that's been done. We're so incredibly fortunate to have so much expertise here in the Keys, but really kind of reaching and aiming high to make a difference with this effort. And so I'm excited about it. I'm inspired by it, and I really appreciate your taking the time to talk to our advisory council about it. And so I would invite, I don't know if Andy, if you have any additional comments you want to make about this effort, because you obviously have been heavily involved, before we open it up for any questions or comments from our advisory council members.
Am I unmuted?
You
Yes.
are.
I would just like to say one thing. I really want to thank Jess for doing this presentation, and in particular, I really want to thank Coral Reef, the Coral Restoration Foundation, for all of their efforts in restoration. They're really a leader. They've been a great partner here. Worldwide, they are one of the largest coral restoration organizations, and I really feel that they've really stepped up to the plate to achieve some of the goals that have been identified in Mission Iconic Reefs. They've made huge advances over the last 15 years or so in restoration, going from, as Jessica mentioned, sort of outplanting a few corals here or there on hundreds of reefs, to really understanding why some of the corals survive in some of those locations, why they die, and improving efforts over time, both to enhance the survival of corals and get to this point where we can scale up to the effort that is needed to undertake this restoration work. So I'm again, as I mentioned, really grateful to the Coral Restoration Foundation for partnering with us in this effort.
Thank you, Andy and Sarah. I appreciate that a lot.
We have a few hands up. I believe that Dr. Vaughn had his hand up. So if we can unmute him. You're unmuted.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, first I want to thank everybody for the 12 years of being now an outgoing SAC member. And just so you know, I'm committing now to do what I think is best, is jumping on board this Iconic Reefs effort, as I think it's a wonderful effort. And I hope to maybe come back in one of the next rounds as maybe a conservation person, because I think conservation now has to include an active part such as restoration. And I really applaud this to the rest of the members as being one of the most important things. I was a little disappointed it wasn't as prominent in the restoration blueprint, but this may be better only because it can move forward faster and can be the types of adaptive management that can take place now without having to worry about public opinion. Although I think the public opinion is going to applaud this more than anything else, of the sanctuaries involved looking like the good guys and really working out well. And lastly, I just want to let you know that as president of Plant a Million Corals Foundation, I'm proud to be a part of this program now and hope to set up a land-based nursery that will not only do elkhorn at large scale to provide people in field nurseries, but also those other species that we need to diversify into, as well as the genetic diversity that needs to be put into place out there. Genetic diversity of the existing resistant species, hopefully that they'll make more. And last, to let you know that we'll be committing to growing a lot of those other species, some of the soft corals and some of the grazers in large scale, because that's what we need. This needs to be done at scale, and it is possible. I've seen it done in a couple other countries and really needs to be done here in the Keys, and I'm proud to be able to be a part of it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. Carolyn McLaughlin has her hand up, if we can unmute her. Carolyn.
Great, thanks so much. And thanks so much for that presentation, Jess. It's like really inspiring what you guys are doing. This is a really exciting project. I just wanted to make a comment and then ask you a question. So what stood out to me is the funding issue, right? Like $100 million is a lot of money, but I guess it's over 10 years, so $10 million a year seems much more manageable. But I'd be curious to hear more about some of your anticipated funding sources, and wondering too if the current pandemic has kind of impacted some of the funding that you're anticipating. And then also, I'd like to encourage you to collaborate with kind of the broader environmental community. I work a lot, obviously with sanctuary issues, but also with Everglades as well. And I'll tell you, the Everglades Coalition, I mean, there's 60 some odd nonprofit members dedicated to South Florida's environment, and they'd be thrilled to hear more about this. And also we have, great connections at the state and federal levels. These organizations are really good at helping to leverage funding for different projects. And so I'd love to have an additional conversation with you to see how I can help kind of connect this project with a broader environmental community to gain additional support and awareness. I'd really be happy to do that and have that conversation. But yeah, if you could just give a better sense of the kind of funding sources that you're looking at, that would be really helpful to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start, and then Andy, if you want to jump in as well. And I would love to connect with you on the other stuff offline as well. So for funding sources, there's a couple of different avenues to go about doing it. So every organization, so for example, Coral Restoration Foundation, we have the ability to use the ICONS plan to go after our own sources of funding and support for our restoration efforts that are being conducted under ICONS, which would, my assumption is that's what every organization is also doing. That would be the smart thing to do. So we are incorporating that into our restoration plan and to our fundraising strategy. We have been successful to date with securing funds already for this project from both federal and private foundations. On the federal side, NOAA has already and continues to support a lot of restoration efforts in the Keys, a lot of which right now are all in line with ICONS. But it is going to take more than just federal funding. The UAE actually just came on board. Andy, was it 4 million? He'll have to give the exact number, but the United Arab Emirates has pledged funding under ICONS specifically for the Keys restoration as well. So that's a pretty significant chunk. It also includes an education and outreach component to that funding. So the plan has come from a variety of different sources. In terms of the impacts of COVID, in my personal experience, have not experienced any influence of that yet, but my guess is it's really going to be a year to 2 years out when you actually start to feel that pressure. Yeah. I think the UAE pledge was just shy of 4 million, maybe 3.5.
Yeah, exactly. It was 3.5 million. That money is being channeled through the United Way, and one of the approaches that we're taking, NOAA has been contributing funds towards reef restoration through the National Fish and Wildlife Federation, the Coral Reef Conservation Program, things like the funding from the National Marine Fisheries Service through their Endangered Species Act, and a lot of those grant programs require a match. So, a lot of that is looking for other funding, whether it be in-kind labor and other things like that, as well as private partnerships. And I think private partnerships are going to be really key to some of the funding that we need to really move this forward.
Hey, Jess, can you go back to your slide that showed the comparison? Because for us viewers, at least in my screen, that one went past pretty quickly. And I think that's a really, thank you, that's the one. Yep, that's the one. I think this is a really interesting perspective. I've not seen it articulated this way. And I know that the price tag does make people gasp. It's a lot of money, but in my view, the value that these reef systems provide to us is much more than the investment we're proposing. And so, yes, it's a big number, but we spend big numbers on other things a lot. And I feel like it's a very worthwhile investment personally, obviously, but it is lofty, and we're going to have to work really hard. And I happen to know that the partners involved in this are working independently as Jess noted, but then also coming together to put together joint proposals. So I'm optimistic that we can chip away at this heavy price tag and make a real difference here, because frankly, I feel like we don't have a choice. We really have to succeed in this effort. I think Erin Muller had her hand up as well. Dr. Muller, did you want to add something? You're certainly adding something every day to this effort. You're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. So as Jess mentioned, MOAT is a core partner in the initiative, and we're super excited to be so. And in the context of kind of the financial investment, I mean, it's a really great deal when you think about the return on investment, how much this reef tract is really worth to our economy. I mean, billions of dollars. And so putting in 100 million over 20 years is, or even 10 years, if we can get it done, is a really great return on investment. I just want to kind of add to the conversation a little bit that, you know, just like CRF, we've been out planning at several of the sites already. And so we kind of have a good handle on what works at these different sites. And so I think we're, you know, getting shovel ready to go. And that, you know, MOAT is really invested in a couple add-ons onto the Iconic Reef Plan. So the Iconic Reef Plan really looks at, you know, getting corals out into the reef. But as Dave kind of mentioned, you know, adding sexual recruits into the mix is going to be really key to success. And so we've been really moving forward with getting the financial support to expand our ability to do sexual reproduction, to feed into our restoration corals, so that we have, you know, over 1,000 different genotypes now. And we also are doing a lot of resilience testing. So, you know, we can try to control things locally and clean up the water. And I think we've done a great job, and we're going to continue to do great work locally for that local management. But there's a lot of global issues that are having major impacts on the Florida Reef Tract. And so we need to think about integrating resilience into our outplanted populations really thoughtfully. And so a lot of my work focuses on understanding things like heat tolerance or resilience to ocean acidification or disease resistance, and then, you know, figuring out how to thoughtfully integrate that into the populations that we're putting out, so that we're increasing the community in a healthy and robust way, so that they can survive not just over the next 5 years, but hopefully decades to come. And so really looking forward to integrating all of that research into the Iconic Reef Plan as well.
Fantastic. I am not seeing any new hands raised. So again, thank you, Jess, for that presentation and all the work that you and others are doing on this important effort. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that is all on this topic.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And let me just also, I know that there's several other SAC members, or a couple of us, that also do work with the Tourist Development Council here in Monroe County. I just want to do a little PSA for the Tourist Development Council. 25% of the revenue they collect through bed taxes has to be allocated towards capital projects. Coral restoration qualifies as a capital project, and as of September 2019, the Tourist Development Council has given over $3 million for restoration efforts to Reef Relief and Coral Restoration Foundation and others. So I would also ask that Mission Iconic Reefs also look to the capital project funding as a possible revenue source moving forward. Great, and that's it. We're getting close to wrapping up here. We're going to invite any agency representatives to give some brief updates on some recent or upcoming activities and opportunities. As you all know, for several meetings now, we've received the agency reports in our packets, and we haven't actually been able to hear from our agency representatives. So I'm glad that we have this opportunity to hear directly from them. So the full updates will be included in the notes of the meeting. Oh yes, and Gina just messaged me also. Yes, we also need to announce the election results. Beth, are you available to talk about that?
I might ask Nicole, she has been doing the tally, to just confirm our election results.
Certainly. Hi, everybody. Thank you for casting your votes. Of the 22 present voting members, we received 18 votes. 14 of those went to George Garrett for chair and Ben Daughtry for vice chair.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both very much for standing up. And again, I believe you'll both be rewarded intrinsically for what you do. It's a very rewarding experience, and I'm frankly sad to be leaving the SAC and all the great work that we've done. So congratulations, you two. Let's start our agency reports with the superintendent report. We'll go back to you, Sarah.
Thank you, sir. Okay, well, the sanctuary staff are still on a mandatory telework as per NOAA directions. And so we continue to be working remotely and doing so, I believe, reasonably successfully. We are, however, developing a phased re-entry framework, basically. So we anticipate that mandatory telework being lifted at the NOAA level fairly soon, which will allow us to thoughtfully and smartly resume activities and under these circumstances. We have, however, received approval to send our buoy team out on the water to inspect the field and do some maintenance. So they're out there right now catching up. Very pleased about that. They're very happy to be out getting that work done, that important work done. So if you use the buoy system, and I know many of you do, you're probably glad to hear that. On the other hand, the Eco Discovery Center is still closed. The guidance we're hearing from DC right now is that, you know, our visitor centers around the system will probably be among the last of the things that we are able to resume activities on, just because we want to do that smartly and make sure we are being responsible and reducing risk in any way we can. But that said, we've been using the time where we have not been welcoming visitors to plan for a major refresh of the exhibits. The exhibits in the Eco Discovery Center in Key West have been the same for the most part since the opening in 2007. So we've got some exciting ideas for how to really amp up the exhibits messaging. And so we're looking forward to that. So stay tuned for more on that. Speaking of pandemics, we've got one on our reef, as you all know, in the form of our stony coral tissue loss disease. And recently there was a workshop held, would have normally been in person, but that was done virtually over the course of 5 days. The downside is, of course, the interpersonal interactions that occur when you're able to have a workshop. We've done that every year since the disease started, I believe, although Joanna can probably correct me if she chooses to when she gives her report. But anyway, the good news is there was a lot of participation that probably would not have been able to do so if it had been an in-person meeting, especially with regard to international partners, because as you all know, the stony coral tissue loss disease has unfortunately gone beyond Florida. And so a lot of folks in fact, there was representation in that virtual workshop from every country that is reporting stony coral tissue loss disease. And I'm pretty confident that wouldn't have been the case if it had been in person. So there's a silver lining there. A quick staffing note, but a significant thing to mention. And during her presentation, I don't remember who it was that mentioned Nancy Deersing's work in the water quality effort. Nancy Deersing is going to be retiring on August 7th. And we're very sad, selfishly, for us, but happy as heck for her. In fact, she's not with us today. She's on leave. So her last advisory council meeting has already taken place. As you know, she's been a very important part of these advisory council meetings and important part of the sanctuary since 2000. So she has been a long-serving, long-contributing member of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, and we wish her all the very best in her retirement. And then speaking of the sanctuary and long things, we will be celebrating our 30th anniversary. The sanctuary was established on November 16th, 1990. So this November, it will be 30 years. And so stay tuned to hear more about how we plan to celebrate that. And then real quickly, the last thing I wanted to mention is not a Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary item, but it is a sanctuary item. Our sanctuary in the Gulf of Mexico, the Flower Garden Banks National Marine Sanctuary, has a proposed rule for sanctuary expansion that has recently been released. That proposed rule includes expanding the sanctuary from its current size of 56 square miles to 160 square miles, adding 14 additional reefs and banks. The intention in this action is to protect these additional habitats from oil and gas, from impacts from anchoring, from impacts from fishing with bottom tending gear, and other potentially damaging activities. And so I wanted to call that to y'all's attention. In case you were interested in that, you can go to the Flower Garden Banks National Marine Sanctuary website to learn more about it. They are taking public comment on that important action through July 3rd. So I invite anyone who is interested to take a look at that and provide any comments you may wish on the Flower Garden Banks expansion. So I think that is all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And we'll go right down to Joanna Wolzak with DEP. Joanna?
Sorry, folks, you should be unmuted, Joanna.
There we go. Thank you. I wasn't able to unmute myself. Hey, good afternoon. I guess it's officially good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the department and the secretary, we hope you're all well in these really challenging times. Throughout the last few months, the department's proud to have maintained our mission critical level of service to the public while also ensuring the safety of our teams. We, as Sarah mentioned, all agencies, and I think everybody is in the same kind of boat with looking at phased reopenings of our offices and services, but for the most part, I think we've been really able to continue status quo, thankfully. So as co-managers for the sanctuary, we've been listening across the last, at this point, we've been listening for quite a while, but especially during this last public comment process period for the restoration blueprint. We've been actively listening to all of the comments you all had. We've been meeting with stakeholders and working behind the scenes, as Sarah said earlier, with them and FWC to ensure the state agencies' comments are reflected in the actions that, and ultimately that we've crafted some recommendations that we believe will make a difference in the management of these incredibly important resources. So I just want to really state clearly, DEP's leadership has heard you, especially as it relates to water quality. The department itself is the state's principal environmental agency, and it was specifically created to protect and conserve, as well as manage the environment and natural resources, especially the enforcement of federal and state environmental laws, protection of our air quality, air and water quality, cleanup of pollution, regulation of solid waste management, and promotion of pollution actual prevention. So this is something that we take very seriously, as it is our primary authorities, and it has allowed me as a reef manager to reach across internally within the department to all of the different programs that touch on those things and really unite them in the understanding of how critical the work is to our offshore coral reefs. So we just want to publicly commend NOAA's acknowledgement of the importance of that water quality piece by creating Karen's position. I think we mentioned that earlier. And we definitely commend the important work that Karen's doing. And it's not just because she used to be part of the DEP coral team, but because she's really excellent at taking a problem and working with everybody to create tangible solutions. And I think that's she's a really great fit for that role. So we're committed to continuing working with Karen, Sarah, and the rest of the Sanctuary and Water Quality Protection Program teams to provide more awareness about the efforts that we already have underway as the department, as well as to work and continue to identify and implement those actions to fill gaps that we're not yet addressing. As Karen mentioned in her presentation multiple times, this is big work. This is a heavy lift, but we are willing and able to be there hand in hand with you all as we work forward on this. The department's Office of Resilience and Coastal Protection, of which my programs are in, continues to work on building the Florida's Coral Reef campaign. For any of you who didn't read the notes a couple of months ago, which I totally understand, this is the brand new campaign that was launched around the Super Bowl by the governor. That is essentially a uniting campaign for all of us in the coral reef community. The goal here is to use one logo that kind of serves as an umbrella for all of us for when we're talking about the collective Florida's coral reef. So that campaign was specifically a recommendation of some local business and tourism leaders who really, when we started talking to them about the challenges facing the reefs, they were like, well, why don't we know about this already? Why don't we get the word out both locally and nationally? And then the FWC Commission really took this on as a core charge and has really supported the collective efforts to raise awareness about these reefs. And so I encourage you all to visit floridascoralreef.org. There is a logo there that is able to be used, and we really encourage the use of this branding specifically to raise awareness about the importance of this, not just to our local communities, we all get this, but also to the rest of our state and to our nation. As part of the national work that we're doing, this is the 20th anniversary of the nation's Coral Reef Conservation Act. There are currently 2 bills in Congress that are looking to propose reauthorizations of that language that has never been reauthorized. The state is supporting the Restoring Resilient Reefs Act, which would create emergency authorities for things like disease outbreaks, better create authorities for, authorities is the wrong word, structure for allowing more public engagement in reef-related processes, reef management and restoration processes, and also increase funding directly to the local reef management agencies, which is a really big step forward. So there are, I just wanted to flag that as something for you because that is the only congressional authority in the US that is related to coral reefs specifically. Sarah mentioned the coral disease workshop, so I'm not going to touch on that, but I will call out that we also, as a reminder, have within our office the clean boating program. I heard mentioned, I think, a couple of times during the water quality discussion, the clean boating and clean vessel programs. I do have a representative in my own office that is able to provide education and information on grants that are available for this program. So anybody who's interested in more information about this, I'm happy to connect you guys with that representative. It's a really great program and there is funding available. From our Division of Recreation and Parks, John Pennycamp Coral Reef State Park just wanted to let you know that they've finished the final phase of a big project at Port Bougainville. That's within Dagny Johnson Key Largo Hammock Botanical State Park. They are restoring a location and they placed over almost 25,000 tons of clean fill in order to restore an entrance canal of the Marina Basin. They were also able to add around almost 6,000 tons of clean fill at the Careysport Marina Basin, and that moves that restoration project closer to completion. And finally, they're really excited to be able to announce that the Friends of John Pennycamp Coral Reef State Park and Dagny Johnson State Park were officially created and chartered at the beginning of this year. And they have received a really awesome donation to kick off the creation of their friends group that will go towards restoration and adding mooring walls along their reef as a way to prevent impacts. So thanks to the Ocean Reef Club, the Ocean Reef Community Association, the Ocean Reef Conservation Association, and the Ocean Reef Rod and Gun Club, who donated $81,000 to this project. And that is it from DEP.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you, Joanna. We have John Hunt with FWC. John, are you still with us?
I am still with everybody. Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir.
So I don't think I can match the eloquence of Joanna's opening comments, but I think that, you know, the FWC, when it comes to things such as water quality and such, we have the exact same viewpoints and desires that she expressed. And for those of you that have looked at the agency's comments to the restoration blueprint, there is a section on water quality that I think expresses our sense of addressing that in the priorities that it should be. In terms of activities, we too are kind of in the same office state as NOAA is. However, we have started doing our field activities again to some extent. And I'm pleased to report that there have been two coral rescue cruises conducted during May in the Tortugas area, one outside the park and one mostly inside the park. And these cruises have collected 450 to 500, I forget the exact number, coral susceptible to the stony coral tissue loss disease, and brought them back, and they've been distributed to the various AZA facilities for future efforts in that regard. That is good news, and it took a Herculean effort by the FWRI coral team to accomplish that relative to the issues surrounding COVID, and thanks to the captain and crew of the Mackay out of Stock Island for supporting us and working with us on all that. The good news in the Tortugas region is that they did not observe any of the coral disease, and so that is good news. Otherwise, we're doing our field work in the management arena. At our commission meeting, we started initiating some possible stone crab fishery management. And from the standpoint of broad scale fishery data collection, our commissioners approved a substantial expansion to what used to be called the Gulf Reef Fish Survey, that is now going to be a state managed Florida Reef Fish Survey. And once we get that underway, that will change our strength of information from the recreational fishing sector, knowledge of the recreational fishing sector, landings of recreational fisheries. And I'll leave it at that.
John, thank you very much. I don't think we have FWC law enforcement. David Dupree's not with us today. We're going to jump down to NOAA Fisheries Southeast Region. That's Heather Blau.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. So our regional office staff transitioned relatively seamlessly to full-time telework, and we've been able to continue most of what we were already doing, although in some cases at a slower pace or with workarounds. Our science center has experienced some greater challenges, mostly related to maintaining the full suite of their independent survey work, port sampling coverage, and also some data processing activities. I think most are likely aware the Commerce Secretary announced state allocations of fisheries assistance funds that were provided by the CARES Act last month, and Florida is slated to receive a little over $23.5 million, which is just under 8% of the $300 million total. So we're working with the Commerce Department and our interstate marine fisheries commissions to distribute those funds as fast as we can, consistent with congressional direction. And Florida's award will be processed through the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission after the state submits a spend plan that is approved by NOAA. And there's more details about the process and schedule on our national NOAA Fisheries website for those of you who are interested in learning more about that. The South Atlantic Fishery Management Council met last week via virtual webinar. They're continuing to explore potential changes to dolphin regulations, including increasing catch limits and also reallocating catches or adjusting catch accountability measures or vessel limits to try to avoid in-season closures in the Keys. They did hear comments from private anglers and for-hire captains in South Florida and the Keys expressing concerns about the status of the dolphin fishery. And they intend to organize a series of workshops in the area in late summer to gather information from fishermen on major factors affecting both the dolphin and wahoo fisheries. And there'll be additional information on those workshops posted on the council website when it's available. Also last week, the council reviewed suggestions they received from the public for regulatory relief to help offset COVID-19 related impacts. After much debate, they ultimately decided to request an emergency rule to increase the vermilion snapper commercial trip limit to 1,500 pounds. They asked us to delay the effective date of the new electronic reporting requirements for the for-hire fleet until early next year, if the Gulf Council agrees to that during their meeting this week. Those are currently scheduled to take effect together, the Gulf and South Atlantic requirements, on September 1. And then they also voted to send a letter to the Commerce Secretary about their desire to maximize access to the recreational red snapper fishery and the importance of evaluating the impacts of their new bycatch mortality reduction requirements on red snapper and other species. The recreational red snapper fishery is currently scheduled to open for 4 days next month, and the new bycatch requirements will take effect in mid-July. And those will require snapper grouper fishermen to carry descending devices on board their vessels and also to use non-stainless steel hooks when fishing with hook and line gear and natural bait in the Keys. And finally, they also did tee up discussion of some additional emergency actions that they'll consider further at their September meeting. The Gulf Council's meeting this week via virtual webinar. They're considering increasing the lane snapper catch limit in response to new scientific information and revising accountability measures to address recent quota overages. They'll review the vermilion snapper assessment, hear information on how various red grouper reallocation alternatives would impact recreational fishing season lengths, and also discuss the potential response to COVID-19 related impacts. And there's a virtual public comment session for that meeting scheduled to occur from 1:20 to 3:30 p.m. tomorrow for those of you who would like to listen in or participate in that. And that's all I have for my report.
Heather, thank you very much. Moving down to NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, we have Lauren Remsburg.
Sorry, folks, I'm not able to find Lauren. I'm just looking on there we go. Got her. Oh, she's unmuted. There you go, Lauren.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. If there is no one from the Office of Law Enforcement on the call, I won't speak for them. I know that they've been on the water and active. As far as my office, the General Counsel Enforcement Section, I have received some cases from the Office of Law Enforcement that I have been working on. However, we as an office decided to pause the issuance of notices of violation over the past couple of months, just while folks were sort of suffering from the current circumstances. So I don't have any updates on notices of violation that have been issued recently. However, I probably will be able to provide an update at the next meeting. And unless anyone has any questions, that's all I've got.
All right, thank you very much, Lauren, appreciate that. Let's go down to National Park Service, Christopher Kavanaugh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Very good. Thanks very much. I guess just as a quick introduction to anyone new on the council, I'm the National Park Service representative from Everglades National Park, and I sit in the Key Largo District at the Florida Bay Interagency Science Center. And that's mile marker 98.6 in Key Largo Bayside. So some notes. Everglades and Dry Tortugas National Parks did shut down for a period due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The marine areas of Everglades, Florida Bay, and the Gulf Coast remained open during that time and have been open for public use. Currently, the South Florida parks and preserve are open at different phases based on the county. So the Monroe and Collier County districts are at phase 2 with mixed telework and office openings. And the Miami-Dade areas of Everglades National Park are still at phase 1. The Dry Tortugas National Park is currently shorthanded as far as Natural Resources Division goes, and they're in the process of filling the marine ecologist and the marine technician positions. The impacts from COVID, seasonal projects and facilities are being reviewed for opening to allow activities to resume, including dormitory support for partners at the Key Largo station as well as Dry Tortugas. That requires DOI approval, so we're waiting on that. The situation with the pandemic has disrupted numerous activities for 2020, including the sea turtle monitoring, creel dockside angler interviews, support for seasonal research, monitoring from our state and partner agencies. But we did continue to with our water quality monitoring efforts throughout this time. And so for the first 2 quarters of 2020, and I'll give a brief on those current conditions in Florida Bay. Water clarity throughout Florida Bay has been clear to the bottom, bay-wide, for this second quarter of 2020. So this is a major change from 1 year ago in terms of turbidity and chlorophyll A. We've observed initial seagrass recovery in areas of the Central Bay that were affected several years ago, but we still have troubled areas along the coastal bights and Johnson Key Basin. So along with the clear water, we had progressively hypersaline water. I'm not sure if anyone was following that, but throughout the dry season, and but the much needed rains did come in late May and June, and those have reversed severe hypersalinity throughout central and eastern Florida Bay. I'll give you just a brief fishery report. We were, before the COVID interruption, we were trying to put together a fishery report for last year in the park waters. So for last calendar year, 2019, fishing in Florida Bay and the Gulf Coast showed large increases in catch and CPUE, that is catch per unit effort, for snook and red drum, as well as tarpon. The spotted sea trout remains steady. The snook and the red drum catch was consistently undersized. That would be below slot. And these population shifts may have been connected as a biological response to Hurricane Irma, as there were numerous reports of fingerlings in the coastal waters of those species after the hurricane. The Snook CPU, just to put this in context, reached the highest level in the 60-year period of record for our interviews of fish catch within the park. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Moving on down to the United States Coast Guard, we have Phil Goodman with us today.
The Coast Guard has no report today. There was supposed to have been a Coast Guard active duty personnel at the meeting with the report, but I'm not sure why they didn't set. So I'm not, I don't have the information. So sorry for no report from the Coast Guard.
No worries, Phil. Thank you for joining us today, nonetheless. And then one more, the U.S. Navy with Ed Barnum will wrap up our agency reports. Ed?
Yep, this is Ed Barham with the Navy base in Key West. So very brief report for us. We're still mostly teleworking. Plans to have people return to work, but still as of right now, teleworking. All of our natural resource surveys have basically been put on hold until the base is back open to contractors. We are doing some in-house work. We are doing our sea turtle monitoring on our beaches and our least and roseate tern nesting monitoring. But other than that, we're pretty much just waiting to reopen. That's it for the report.
Thank you, Ed. Just to be sure, I didn't miss any agencies, correct? You want to raise your hand if I missed you? Apologies if I did. Well, moving to closing remarks. Sarah, I'll go first if you don't mind.
Of course.
For my last closing remarks, some of my favorite classes that I took in college were philosophy, and I was introduced to philosopher Immanuel Kant, and he had a moral philosophy called the categorical imperative, which was really a way to look at one's actions to decide if they were, morally just. And so, in essence, imagine that in your hand you have a piece of litter, and you think to yourself, okay, I'm just going to throw this piece of litter on the ground. No big deal. It's just one piece of litter. But what happens if everybody on the planet, some almost 7 billion people, did the same thing at the same time? So when you throw your piece of trash on the ground, what happens if 7 billion pieces of trash end up at the ground at the same time? And when you look at your actions through that sort of frame of the things that you do, and what would the ramifications be if everybody had also done those same things, it's really a way to kind of gauge your actions to determine if it's the right thing to do. And I really think that, from every little thing, from recycling to clean energy. I was in a meeting recently, and somebody was representing a city, and we were talking about climate change, and his response, was that it's too big of a lift, and it's really something more for like a federal government to address. And I couldn't disagree with that more. I believe that every single personal action makes a difference. So for every person that chooses to ride their bike instead of taking their car, just all the little things, like here in Key West, our city is moving over to natural gas and things of that nature. And it's important that we know that there's really nothing that is too big for our individual actions. And I just think that together we can make a difference, and that we need to continue to do what is right. You know what's right, and things that seem that are too big and beyond our ability to change really aren't. I'm sure we've all heard the adage, you eat an elephant one bite at a time. And I just want to leave you all with, the idea that all of our actions, no matter how small, cumulatively do make a difference, and to continue on doing this great work that we've been doing. And again, thank you all. And with that, Sarah, I'll pass it back to you.
Well, thank you. I can certainly add nothing to that. That was very well said, sir. The only thing I will say is thank you for your service. and we genuinely appreciate it and will sincerely miss you. And George, you have big shoes to fill.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Clint.
All right, well, everybody, we'll let you know more about the August meeting when that gets a little bit closer. And until then, just thank you for all that you do for the effort and stay safe. Have a great day.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good afternoon and enjoy your extra 20 minutes.